The Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. The senators and all in attendance will stand and be led in prayer by the Reverend Dr. John William Turner, St. James Presbyterian Church, King William, Virginia.
Let us pray. O God of all that is, all that ever was, and all that ever shall be, we give thanks that you have seen fit to place us in an earthly setting of such beauty, diversity, and promise as this land we call Virginia. May we be blessed with a full measure of the spirit of those who have gone before us, who have labored, loved, worshiped, dreamed, and died, calling this part of your world by that special name, home. Bless now all those gathered here who are called to lead your people in this place with wisdom, compassion, discernment, love for truth, and understanding of their fellow human beings. And may the God who knows each of you by name bless you all and bless you kindly. Amen.
Amen. The clerk will call the roll. All those in attendance will vote aye. Clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Mr. President. Senate Journal for Friday, February 9, 2008.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan, moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All in favor of the waiving of the reading of the journal will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 2.
Ayes 37, noes 2. The reading of the journal is waived. The clerk will report any communications from the House of Delegates. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Good morning, Mr. President. I respectfully move that we waive the reading of any communications received from the House of Delegates.
Good morning, Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the communication be waived? All in favor of the waiving of the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. Clerk will report any communication from the governor.
We do not have any, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now comes the time in the morning hour where we get the privilege and pleasure of greeting our distinguished guests here in the Senate gallery. I'll give my daily friendly reminder of how the process will work. We'll have a senator stand up and recognize an individual or group. I will then extend the warm welcome of the Senate, and we'll all clap together once for that individual or group at the end. So thank you all so much for your cooperation. I'd like to call on the senior senator from Loudoun County, Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for an introduction.
Thank the senator. You have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are joined by a great group of young herpetologists from the 4-H club, the Salamander Savers. And the Salamander Savers have sponsored a bill that would make the red salamander the state salamander. And they're led by Anna Kim, along with Jonah, Gabriel, and Samuel Kim. Then Nathan Bass, Ben Drake, Bree Drake, Jacob Snodder, Mary Driver Downs, who is another lead, with Becca Drake, Julie Neer, Lori Snodder, and Michael Snodder. The Salamander Club is ecologically based. It's a 4-H component, and they are protecting our tiniest and perhaps our cutest type of wildlife in the state of Virginia. And so I ask that they get a warm welcome from the Senate.
I thank the senator. Would our friends from the Salamander Savers 4-H Club please rise in the gallery if you are able? Thank you so much for joining us here today, visiting us in the Senate. We echo the eloquent words of the senator from Loudoun County and also the junior senator from Loudoun County. I'm sure joins in that welcome. We're grateful that you took the time to be here, and we're also grateful for your advocacy, particularly on behalf of our wildlife and people who need defending. And so thank you all so much for what you're doing. You're welcome back here anytime. And we would ask everyone please join me in extending the warm welcome of the Senate. The senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for purposes of an introduction, sir.
Thank the senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would appreciate it if you would extend a very warm and cordial welcome to the Reverend Dr. John William Turner, who delivered the invocation this morning. He is currently at St. James Presbyterian Church in downtown King William County. And I'm confident that anyone that heard his prayerful remarks this morning can appreciate, because of the strength of his voice and the resonance that he expresses, that when he prays, the Lord listens.
I thank the senator. Would Dr. Turner please rise in the gallery? Dr. Turner, thank you so much for being here today. Thank you for that really beautiful prayer that you delivered and got us off to the right foot. We would echo the kind and generous words of the senator from James City County, and we're grateful to you for your moral leadership here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. You're welcome back here anytime, and we send our greetings to you and your congregation. I would ask everyone please to join me in extending the warm welcome of the Senate to Dr. Turner. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for two introductions.
I thank the senator. You have the floor.
First, Mr. President, I rise to introduce some very important folks who are visiting with us in the gallery. Richard and Joe Rawes are the grandparents of our Senate page, Quentin Hoagland, and also Richard Rawes, who is the chairman of the York County Electoral Board. Please extend to them the warm welcome of the Senate.
Thank the senator. Would Richard and Joe Rawes please rise in the gallery if you're able? Thank you all so much for joining us here today. Thank you for your service on the Electoral Board as well. We are greatly appreciative of that. And most importantly, thank you for loaning Quentin to us. Quentin has done a fantastic job as a page, and we've been privileged and honored to have Quentin with us. So we appreciate you. You are welcome back here anytime. And I would ask everyone please to join me in extending the warm welcome of the Senate. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Also, Mr. President, with us in the gallery today are members of the 200-plus Men Incorporated of Hampton Roads, led by Hampton City Councilman Jimmy Gray, who is president of the group. The Hampton Roads Committee has brought 76 young men and their chaperones from various high schools to examine the legislative process at the General Assembly. During their visit, they will meet with their legislative representatives and tour our state capitol. I applaud them today as today marks their 18th annual caravan trip to Richmond. Please extend to them the warm welcome of the Senate.
I thank the senator. Would City Councilman Jimmy Gray and our friends from the Hampton Roads Committee of 200-plus black men please rise in the gallery if you're able? Quite impressive. We are so grateful to have you here today. We're grateful for your presence and your leadership, and incredibly proud of what you're doing educationally and professionally. And we know that you have very bright futures ahead of you. Councilman Gray is a dear friend and has been a wonderful leader in Hampton and in the Commonwealth of Virginia for many years. So we really are grateful to you. You are welcome here anytime. We look forward to the great things that you will do in the future. I would ask everyone please to join me in extending the warm welcome of the Senate to our distinguished guests. Do any other senators wish to be recognized for purposes of an introduction? Is there any other business to come before the Senate in the morning hour? Seeing none, the clerk will call the calendar.
Senate calendar for Monday, February 12, 2018. Uncontested calendar, House bills on third reading.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I would respectfully move that all of the House bills on the third reading on the uncontested calendar, which would include all House bills on pages 1 through 3, including House Bill 125 through House Bill 1007, be placed on their final passage in the block after the adoption of any amendments. Any senator who may desire to remove a House bill from the block should please do so after the clerk has read the number of that bill.
I thank the senator. The question is, shall House bills on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 1 through 3, House Bill 125 through House Bill 1007, be placed upon their final passage in a block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, with the understanding that any senator desiring that a bill be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
House Bill 125, reported from the Committee on Transportation. House Bill 175, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 627, reported from the Committee on Transportation with amendment.
The senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee amendment.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted.
House Bill 761, reported from the Committee on Transportation. House Bill 776, reported from the Committee on Transportation. And House Bill 1007, reported from the Committee on Transportation.
The question is, shall the House bills pass unblocked? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The bills in the block pass.
Uncontested calendar, Senate bills on third reading.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now move all the Senate bills on the third reading on the uncontested calendar, which would include all Senate bills on pages 3 through 8, including Senate Bill 356 through Senate Bill 900, be placed on their final passage in the block. If any senator desires to remove a Senate bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of that bill.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate bills on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 3 through 8, Senate Bill 356 through Senate Bill 900, be placed upon their final passage in the block, with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 356, Senate Bill 402, Senate Bill 426, Senate Bill 448, Senate Bill 487, Senate Bill 562, Senate Bill 652, Senate Bill 677, Senate Bill 750, Senate Bill 821, Senate Bill 900.
The question is, shall the bills in the block pass? All in favor of the passage of the bills will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The bills in the block pass.
Regular calendar, Senate bills on third reading.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Excuse me.
Mr. President.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Senator from James City County.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the courtesy. I apologize for interrupting. Mr. President, I am going to move that all the Senate bills on the regular calendar on the third reading, which would include all Senate bills on pages 9 through 21, including Senate Bill 860 through Senate Bill 993, be passed by temporarily.
Without objection, Senate bills on third reading regular calendar will be passed by temporarily.
On page 22, uncontested calendar, Senate bills on second reading.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. It would be my intention, subject to the single exception rule by any senator, to take all of the Senate bills on the second reading on the uncontested calendar all the way through the third reading and for final passage, sir. But at this point, I would respectfully move that all the Senate bills on the uncontested calendar on the second reading, which would include all Senate bills on pages 22 through 30, including Senate Bill 334 through Senate Bill 974, be engrossed in advance to the third reading in the block after the adoption of any amendments. Any senator who may desire to remove one of these Senate bills from the block should please do so after the clerk has read the number of that bill.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall all Senate bills on second reading on the uncontested calendar on pages 22 through 30, Senate Bill 334 through Senate Bill 974, be engrossed in advance to the third reading in the block after the adoption of amendments thereto, and that any senator desiring to remove a bill from the block do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to.
Senate Bill 334, reported from the Committee on Education and Health, on Finance with a substitute, and there is a floor substitute.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. May Senate Bill 334 be removed from the block.
Without objection, Senate Bill 334 will be removed from the block.
Senate Bill 403, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance with a substitute.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, can this go by temporarily while the floor amendment is being distributed so we can put it in line with Senate Bill 334?
Thank the senator. Without objection, Senate Bill 403 will be passed by temporarily.
Senate Bill 954, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance with a substitute, and there is a floor substitute.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. In order that we may appropriately get to the floor substitute, I would respectfully ask that the Courts Committee substitute be agreed to with a recommendation that we do not agree to the Courts substitute.
I thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the substitute from the Committee for Courts of Justice be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you. Now, Mr. President, directing our attention to the substitute that came out of Finance, I would ask that the Finance substitute be agreed to with an emphatic recommendation that we reject it, sir.
I thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the substitute from the Committee on Finance be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The substitute is rejected. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
You know, I think we need to get a hearing audiologist expert down here in the South Side. Mr. President, I would now respectfully directing our attention to the floor substitute, and I would ask that we waive the reading of the floor substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I would now ask that the floor substitute be agreed to in speaking to that motion, please.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, obviously this bill deals with marijuana simple possession of marijuana and first offense, and I'll speak to the substance of it later on. The only change in the floor substitute did not appear in either the courts substitute or the finance substitute, is that it is now self-funding, so it does not require any budget amendment or the financial contingency clause, so it will be a self-funding piece of legislation. With that explanation, I would ask that the floor substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the floor substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is agreed to.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Where are we? Sorry. Hey, Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Yes. Can SB 954 move to the regular calendar?
No.
No.
Come out of the block.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Senator,
Out of the block.
do you want to come out of the block?
Thank you.
Without
Remove from
objection.
the block.
Yes. Senator Ross, for a quick question. Would you want that bill to come out of the block on passage?
Yes, just for passage.
Okay. Without objection. We'll come back to it. Thank you.
Senate Bill 95, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute, and there are two floor amendments.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Serville.
Mr. President, I move adoption of the committee substitute.
Yeah, can we go to 16 first?
Okay. Actually, we want to go back to Bill 16 if we can come back to you.
No problem.
Thank you very much. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move the committee amendment, move the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 95, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute.
The senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Serville.
Floor amendments.
I move the adoption of the committee substitute.
Question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. The senator from Fairfax, Eastern Fairfax, Senator Serville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to waive reading of the floor amendments.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendments be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendments is waived. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Serville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask, can we take the floor amendments up in block?
Without objection.
Yep. Okay, great. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill basically just adds the number of documents that can be used to obtain a security freeze for a minor. The floor amendments unstrike two changes that I forgot to fix in the substitute. It basically takes the law back to where it is today, that a 16-year-old can request a credit freeze instead of having to wait until they're 18. That's all it does, and the industry supports it. And I would ask that we adopt the floor amendments, and having said so, I so move.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendments are adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
I think I have to move the bill from Grossman.
It's in the block, Senator.
Oh, got it. Okay.
We're good. Thank you.
Ain't that cool? Senate Bill 128, reported from the Committee on Transportation with a substitute.
The senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask the body to agree to the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 253, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute.
The senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the substitute be agreed to.
I thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 346, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with an amendment.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I move the adoption of the committee amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
Or agreed to.
The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted.
Senate Bill 349, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you,
A few
Senator.
technical difficulties over here.
No problem.
Let's see. I move the committee substitute, Mr. President.
I thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 388, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor. Senate Bill 637, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with amendments.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we adopt the amendments.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are adopted.
Senate Bill 663, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator from Prince William, Senator McPike.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 664, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator from Prince William, Senator McPike.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 762, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with amendments.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, may the committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to.
Senate Bill 786, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Surville.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 812, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. Senate Bill 829, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Yes, Mr. President, I move the committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 831, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute.
I thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 832, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. Senate Bill 918, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
The Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
I move the committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 925, reported from the Committee on Transportation with amendments.
Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee amendment.
I thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to.
Senate Bill 933, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute.
The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw. I thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 974, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with amendments.
The Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, Senator.
I move the committee amendments.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment are agreed to. Yes. Sit on be at ease temporarily.
Page 22.
Senate will come to order.
Page 22, Senate Bill 334.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, Mr. President. I believe I misspoke earlier when I asked that bill come out of the block. I meant to pass it by temporarily so that we could address the amendment in favor of substitute. So I would ask that 334 be returned to the block.
I thank the senator. Without objection, Senate Bill 334 is returned to the block.
Yeah, Mr. President, with the recommendation that it be rejected, I move to accept the committee substitute.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected.
Mr. President.
Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the reading of the floor substitute be waived.
Question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I move that the floor substitute be agreed to and a brief explanation of the floor substitute.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. All we have done with the floor substitute is we have added the potential for $150 fee to cover the cost of the state police to do the record check for these expungements.
I thank the senator. The question is, shall the floor substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 403.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, I'm going to move the committee substitutes from two committees, and I'm going to ask us to reject both of those so we can get to the floor substitute. Mr. President, I move the Committee of Courts of Justice substitute be agreed to with the recommendation that we not agree to it.
I thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute from the Committee for Courts of Justice be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, with the recommendation that it be rejected, I move the Committee on Finance substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, with the recommendation that it be rejected, shall the committee substitute from the Committee on Finance be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
The gentleman from Franklin finds himself on the wrong end of a vote again. Mr. President, I move that we waive the reading of the floor substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, I move that we agree to the floor substitute in speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, we have a couple bills dealing with expungements of criminal offenses for which the charge has either been taken under advisement, so the facts were found sufficient for guilt, or there was a finding of guilt. They're in three different stages. The gentleman from Lynchburg, Senator from Lynchburg's bill had the same amendments to now put the financing clauses in the same posture. So this substitute does that so the state police can afford to take these expungements out of the system.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the floor substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is agreed to.
Question is, all the bills be engrossed in advance.
Engrossed in advance.
Correct. He's made the motion. So it's...
The question is, shall the Senate bills be engrossed in advance to their third reading? That is all bills except for Senate Bill. Four as well? Okay. That's all bills just discussed. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills are engrossed in advance to their third reading. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Senate, it would be my intention to respectfully ask that all of these bills be advanced to their third reading and placed on their final passage. And of course, that would be subject to a single exception. Any senator who is not comfortable with a particular bill, just please note, and we will take it out of the block on that. With Mr. President, I would respectfully move that the rules of the Senate be suspended and that all of the that the rules of the Senate be suspended and that the third constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with, and that would be all bills on Senate bills on pages 22 through 30, including Senate Bill 334 through Senate Bill 974.
I thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third reading of the titles of the bills be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. The bills are now before the Senate on final passage. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I would now move that all of the Senate bills on the uncontested calendar, which now find themselves on the third reading, be placed on their final passage in the block, subject to a single exception. That would include all Senate bills on pages 22 through 30, including Senate Bill 334 through Senate Bill 974.
I thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate bills now on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 22 through 30, Senate Bill 334 through Senate Bill 974, be placed upon their final passage in the block, with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 334. Senate Bill 403.
Mr. President.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Could Senate Bill 403 come out of the block?
Without objection, Senate Bill 403 is removed from the block.
Senate Bill 954.
Mr. President,
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
could Senate Bill 954 come out of the block?
Without objection, Senate Bill 954 is removed from the block.
Senate Bill 16, Senate Bill 95.
President.
Senator from Franklin, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can Senate Bill 95 come out of the block and go by for the day, please?
Without objection, Senate Bill 95 is removed from the block and will go by for the day.
Mr. President.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
I apologize. I should have also asked for Senate Bill 334 to come out of the block.
Without objection, Senate Bill 334 is removed from the block.
Senate Bill 128, Senate Bill 253, Senate Bill 346, Senate Bill 349, Senate Bill 388, Senate Bill 637, Senate Bill 663, Senate Bill 664, Senate Bill 762, Senate Bill 786.
Mr. President.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Can Senate Bill 786 come out of the block and by for the day?
Without objection, Senate Bill 786 is removed from the block and will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 812. Senate Bill 829. Senate Bill 831. Senate Bill 832. Senate Bill 918. Senate Bill 925. Senate Bill 933. Senate Bill 974.
The question is, shall the bills in the block pass? That is, all bills except for Senate Bill 403, 954, 334, 95, and 786. All in favor of the passage of the bills will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The bills in the block pass.
Returning to page 22, Senate Bill 334.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Pete.
Yes, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
This bill is a first offender expungement for underage alcohol possession. And my bill is more restrictive than Senator, wherever McDougal is, Hanover is from, and the senator from James City County is from. Senator from Hanover's bill covers marijuana and alcohol, and Senator from James City County's bill has marijuana. My bill applies only to underage alcohol, and the purpose behind this bill is once the person who has been charged has turned 21, they will never commit this offense again because they're not eligible to commit this offense again. And therefore, if we can expunge it from their records, these are generally, obviously, younger people who do it can play a major role in employment, security clearances, all of those things. And so I would like to give them the opportunity to expunge the record after they have turned the proper age and have not had any prior post problems. I move that bill pass.
I thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 334? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 334 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Ayes 40, no 0. Senate Bill 334 passes.
On page 22, Senate Bill 403.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 403 pass. And speaking to the motion,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I'd advise the gentleman from Lynchburg that Hanover is the best county in the Commonwealth and also the birthplace of Patrick Henry and Henry Clay. It's just a little bit northeast of here. Mr. President, the senator is correct. In the Courts Committee, we had 3 separate policy decisions that somewhat dovetail to each other. It was the gentleman from Lynchburg's bill that dealt with only Section 4.1305, which is alcohol-related events. There's my bill, the one before you now, that dealt with those, plus possession of marijuana. This bill allows for their expungement of both of them after a period of 5 years has lapsed from the time of conviction and the end of any probation that was in place. So, Mr. President, then you'll get to the third bill, which is only possession of marijuana and does some other things in relation to substance abuse counseling. So with that, Mr. President, I move the bill pass.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Gentleman yield for a question.
Will Senator yield?
Mr. President, I yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
I'd ask the gentleman, I'm trying to read the fine print here, is there a fine which is paid as part of the expungement process?
Senator?
Mr. President, answer the gentleman, in each of the bills there is something that deals with the cost of those expungements, and with this one, as in with the bill that just passed moments before, there's a $150 fee that'll go to the Division of State Police.
Further question?
Further question?
I yield, Mr.
Senator
President.
yields.
I'd ask the gentleman, and that's in addition to whatever fines are assessed at the time of the conviction.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this is for expungement, so it is in circuit court, which is likely a different court than where the incident was actually either taken under advisement or the conviction occurred. So it doesn't have anything to do with what occurred at the time of trial.
Further question, Mr. Chair.
Further question?
Continue to yield, Mr. President.
Thank you,
So
Senator.
I would assume that the answer then is yes, this would be in addition to whatever fine was assessed at the date of conviction.
Senator?
Mr. President, I would answer the gentleman. It's in a different court. It's at a different time frame, and it has nothing to do with the conviction or determination of under advisement, which may or may not have resulted in any fines.
I think,
Senator,
I thank the gentleman.
Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 403? For what purpose does the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw, rise?
The senator from Hanover yield for a question.
I yield, Mr. President.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Did I hear you say that Patrick Henry's from Hanover?
Mr. President, I did.
Senator? That explains why he said, "Give me liberty or give me death."
Mr. President,
Senator from Hanover has the floor.
I would answer the gentleman with that quip that Mr. Henry made the unfortunate decision of moving to Louisa when he said that.
I thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 403 or Patrick Henry? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 403 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. Senate Bill 403 passes.
Returning to page 23, Senate Bill 954.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I would move that Senate Bill 954 pass. And speaking to that motion, sir.
Senator has the floor.
I thought I would share with the body that, as you all know, that Patrick Henry was the first governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and that after he made his famous speech here in Richmond, we did bring him to Williamsburg, where he occupied the governor's mansion, and it was there that we restored a certain degree of civility and improved his articulation. So I just thought I would share that with you. Mr. President, Senate Bill 954 has certainly been the subject of some discussion, and let me make it clear one thing that it does not do. It has not decriminalized the simple possession of marijuana, and it's remained fairly consistent with the law as it now exists in Section 18.2, 250 2.1. If someone is charged on a first offense with simple possession of marijuana, it remains a misdemeanor offense. A misdemeanor, of course, is a criminal offense. We already have in place what we call a first offender status, which allows someone to be placed on probation for a period of time, and it's what we call a deferred judgment. And if, in fact, the person complies with the terms and conditions of their probation, then they are found not guilty of the misdemeanor with a finding of other than not guilty. The bill has proved to be a little challenging, and bless the fine minds in the Crime Commission that have helped me work through this. In this instance, simple possession, first time they're charged with a misdemeanor. There is a deferred finding. The stipulation or terms of the deferred finding remain exactly as they are now, that they have to undergo a substance abuse assessment. They have to pay all the costs associated with any substance abuse treatment or evaluation. They have to successfully complete an educational program. They have to remain drug-free during the period of time and to perform community service. Where the significant change has come about is that at the conclusion of the deferred finding period, if the individual has complied with all of the terms and conditions of their probation, they are found not guilty of the offense. And then the second part of the bill, as you've heard some references to already, allows for an expungement. Yes, there is an expungement fee, and the expungement fee is being used in part to compensate the Virginia State Police for maintaining a database. One of the issues that came up is how are we going to prevent someone from getting multiple benefits of the first offender statute? The Virginia State Police have agreed to set up an independent database that will be available to the courts and to prosecutors to determine whether or not someone has had the benefit of a first offender status. $150 goes to the state police for setting that up. So consequently, it is a self-funded situation to make sure that recidivists do not have multiple benefits of the first offender status. That is the significant change in it, that the individuals would have an absolute right to have it expunged. If, in fact, during the period of probation, they do not adhere and comply with the terms and conditions of their probation, then they are found guilty of a misdemeanor offense.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is the Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben, rise?
To speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
First off, I'd like to thank the Senator from James City County for elevating this issue and requesting the Crime Commission do the study on decriminalization. But make no mistake, this bill today is not a decriminalization bill. At best, it's an expungement bill, but I believe it's more complicated than that. The bill does nothing to end the policing and prosecution of low-level offenses, including simple marijuana possession, that unnecessarily introduce thousands of people to the criminal justice system each year and add dramatically to the number of people who are needlessly incarcerated or saddled with a criminal conviction for an offense that should not be a crime. And I should explain a little bit. The gentleman from James City County talked a little bit about a deferred disposition, and he mentioned that they have to stay drug-free. They have to go through some random testing. And I met with some probationers who had their first offense not too long ago, and they explained to me what that means. Every night, you have to call a particular phone number, and you have to call and listen for a code. You might be code orange or something. When code orange is called, you have about 12, 15 hours to report for random drug testing in some areas within a particular window of hours during the daytime, between 8 and 5. It might be between noon and 2. So if you have another job, I met with people who are working retail. They didn't necessarily have access to cars. They had to take the day off, tell their employer, I have to go for a random drug test now, and I'll miss work for 2 hours, an hour there, an hour and back. And I spoke to one employer who employed someone after random drug testing who said that it can take a whole day if they're backed up. So that's something that's still going to remain. It also means that because it's no longer the same level of misdemeanor that could allow for jail time, that you don't necessarily get a court-appointed attorney. I know in one county, they have an agreement with the judges that they won't seek jail time now, so you don't get an attorney, meaning that you might not have the same outcome. Further, the bill increases the likelihood for disparate outcomes for different defendants based on wealth for two reasons. It means that people who can't afford attorneys must navigate the legal system without one. But particularly, I want to focus on the expungement issue. The expungement issue is available. It's available if you have an attorney or you're sophisticated in use of the legal system, and if you can pay more money than the fine you've already paid. It's a stretch for some of these defendants to pay a fine as it is, but now we're increasing the fine. Further, the bill continues down the path of turning our criminal justice system into a system that incentivizes policing for profit, since the expungement process is a revenue generator for the state police, which is and it's a cruel irony that it goes to an opioid fund because there's absolutely no evidence of any connection between marijuana use and addiction to heroin or prescription drugs. Virginians want us to decriminalize marijuana possession, not to create a new trap that doesn't have anything to do with racial disparities in our current system. That does not address those disparities or the high costs of continuing to decriminalize simple possession. Consider that we have a disparate racial impact on the enforcement of criminal laws against simple marijuana possession, and the numbers are startling. On average, African Americans are 2.8 times more likely to be arrested for having marijuana than whites, even though usage rates are roughly the same. In Arlington County, a report shows that African Americans are 8 times more likely to be arrested for possessing marijuana than whites. And they will, as they do now, they won't have access to an attorney. And the costs of enforcing marijuana laws are excessive, outrageous, and wasteful. In 2010, we spent $67 million on this with no discernible benefit to the state. That's more than the Commonwealth has budgeted for the current fiscal year for statewide capital improvements to transportation and natural resources combined, and 14% more than the amount of general funds budgeted to support the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Services, which deals with mental health and substance abuse treatment, among other things, for the entire 2016 to 2018 biennium. Our marijuana laws are penalizing everyone, everyday people, everyday people, not everyone, not drug kingpins. More than half of all drug arrests in Virginia are for marijuana, and the numbers are increasing. The number of marijuana arrests jumped from 13,032 in 2003 to 22,948 to 2014. In 2014. That's an alarming 76% increase. And all of this happened while Virginians more and more strongly favor marijuana law reform. According to a 2016 VCU poll, nearly 8 of every 10 Virginians support decriminalization for simple marijuana possession, in which offenders would pay a civil penalty instead of facing criminal penalties. To those who would ask, isn't this bill a step forward? Isn't it better than current law? I would answer no and ask you to join me in voting against this bill. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, only if no one else desires to speak, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 954? Seeing none, Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to clarify a couple of points that were just shared with you. First of all, the expungement petition process does not require an attorney. Actually, if you go to the public library or have a computer at home, you can go on the Virginia Supreme Court website, and the petition for expungement and the order are there as prototype forms that can be downloaded. And there are many individuals who do that without the benefit of an attorney. Secondly, speaking about the expungement, I happen to know a little bit about this, and the suggestion that the Virginia State Police are getting a revenue stream is a mischaracterization. Actually, the Virginia State Police are prohibited from receiving any profits in any nature or description, and they can only have money for operational purposes. The state police has graciously agreed to create the database on this, and the database is for one simple reason, and that is to make sure that someone who has previously been charged with simple possession of marijuana and has had the benefit of this proposed bill does not get a second bite at the apple. They will be charged with and convicted of a misdemeanor offense and, in fact, will be punished accordingly. So the $150 is going to that. The other money, and I should say, what is the benefit of that? If, in fact, you were to read the bill very carefully, you will see that the access to that information on a prior benefit of this bill will be on the database. So no one but law enforcement or the courts or the prosecutors have access to that. You may say, well, what's the benefit of that? On employment applications or military applications, there will not be access to that database. So consequently, you will not have that tainted remark down on the database, and that is very, very significant, especially to many young people. Finally, I would say, and I really didn't talk about it in the introductory comments, just in the interest of time, but you will see that some of that money that is involved in the expungement is going to create the heroin and prescription opioid epidemic fund for educational purposes. And as you all know, we have struggled to try to see how to fund that. I am mindful that our former governor put some money in there, but I'm not bodacious enough to predict how that will come out in the budget. But this will create a dedicated, sustaining, reoccurring source of revenue for educational purposes. I appreciate that we have varying views of opinion on legislation in this body, and I am certain that this was not the first time nor the last time that I will hear a piece of legislation doesn't go far enough. But what it does do is it makes a substantial step forward, and I would respectfully ask the body to support the legislation.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben rise?
Yes, just to underscore a point, speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Yeah, I just wanted to make my point is that there are disparate outcomes and that this bill will not change the disparate outcomes. Whether or not you can download a form on the internet, the people who are going to do best are the people who have attorneys to guide them through the process. I've never been had a expungement myself, but I don't think I would know what to do, and I particularly wouldn't know what to do if I was busy, if I was perhaps a lower income defendant, often African American or person of color, and we don't need to create more disparate outcomes. And the deferred disposition is a big deal that we have now. Granted, while it'll still remain in place, so that piece is no worse, but it's bad enough. And if you don't have an attorney in general for this misdemeanor offense, and you will not get a court-appointed attorney in many, if not all places, because a lot of localities will not appoint a public defender if you're not facing jail time, that can be more difficult to navigate through the process. I had a witness who came down, or who didn't come down, provided written testimony for a decrim bill, who was talking about how he had a lot of money, enough money, to hire a sophisticated attorney to get his son charged totally dismissed, and then he met other kids or young people who did not have that same access. This bill doesn't do anything to address that, so for that reason I'll be opposing the bill.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is Senator from King George, Senator Stewart rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I'm somewhat baffled because what the gentleman from Alexandria does is he states the current law. Right now, if a Commonwealth attorney chooses to waive jail time on an individual who has a marijuana conviction, they can't get a court-appointed attorney. Well, I would submit to this body that that's probably a good thing. I think it's better to waive the jail time than to leave the possibility of jail time out, of which they could serve 30 days under this misdemeanor, than to leave it open and give them an attorney. This is a pretty simple process, and to me, it's a really important step forward because now you're giving people the means to keep a clean record so that if they jump through these bare hoops that they have, and anybody can do it with or without a lawyer. It's very simple. You can keep a clean record, and that doesn't injure your ability to get a job, potentially school, the military. There are a number of things that you could derive a great benefit from. So I hope we'll support the bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 954? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 954 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. Senate Bill 954 passes.
On page 27, that one went by for the day. On page 31, regular calendar Senate bills on second reading. Senate Bill 312. A bill relating to solar service agreements cooperative procurement, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute, and there is a floor amendment.
The senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. The senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I withdraw the floor amendment.
Without objection, the floor amendment is withdrawn. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 878, a bill relating to mental health services in local and regional jails, reported from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services with amendment, and from the Committee on Finance with a substitute.
The senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the recommendation that we reject the amendment, I move the amendment.
Thank the senator. The question is, with the recommendation that it be rejected, shall the amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is rejected. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we accept the substitute from Finance.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute from Finance be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. The senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Third reading this bill.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 899, a bill to convey to the County of Clark the Camp 7 parcel located in Clark County. Reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with a substitute, from the Committee on Finance with a substitute, and there is a floor substitute.
Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
So complicated. With the recommendation that the Courts of Justice substitute be rejected, I move the adoption of the substitute.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute from Courts of Justice be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the recommendation that the Finance Committee substitute be rejected, I move the adoption of the substitute.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute from Finance be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we waive the reading of the floor substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the adoption of the floor substitute and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The floor substitute makes technical changes to the substitute that was adopted in courts of justice. Specifically, it corrects the legal description of the property, which we have to do in order to have this properly conveyed. So with that, I move the adoption of the floor substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the floor substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted. Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 169, a bill relating to public schools robotics team competition program, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you again, Mr. President. I now move that Senate Bill 169 be engrossed in advance to its third reading.
I thank the senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 169 be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 170, a bill relating to public schools student discipline, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 170's committee substitute be adopted.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that Senate Bill 170 be engrossed in advance to its constitutional third reading.
I thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 266, a bill to exempt neonatal care services in Planning District 5 from the requirements of a certificate of public need, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Hi, Mr. President.
Hello, Senator.
I would move that the committee substitute to Senate Bill 266 be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. The senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move that Senate Bill 266 be engrossed in advance to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 266 be engrossed in advance to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 504, a bill to authorize the Department of Transportation to enroll in a federal pilot program, reported from the Committee on Transportation with a substitute.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Mr. President, can that bill go by for the day?
Without objection, Senate Bill 504 will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 605, a bill relating to elementary and secondary schools' prohibition of job assistance when sexual misconduct suspected, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with amendment.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Can Senate Bill 605 go by for the day, sir?
Without objection, Senate Bill 605 will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 757, a bill relating to a certificate of public need psychiatric facilities, reported for the Committee on Education and Health.
The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Mr. President, I move we engross in advance the bill to its third constitutional reading.
I thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 807, A bill relating to electric utility rate-making rate adjustment clause for coal ash beneficiation facility. Reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Surville.
Move the committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Surville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be engrossed and passed on to third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 905, a bill relating to commercial rest areas, certain interstate highways. Reported from the Committee on Transportation with an amendment.
Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to. Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 917, relating to handheld photo speed monitoring devices. Reported from the Committee on Transportation with a substitute.
Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Mr. President, I move that the substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 953, a bill relating to health instruction, mental health. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move that we engross and advance the bill to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Uncontested calendar, Senate bills on first reading.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would move that all Senate bills on the first reading on both the uncontested and regular calendar, which would include all Senate bills on pages 35 through 46, including Senate Bill 20 through Senate Bill 942, that the rules of the Senate be suspended and that the first constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
I thank the Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the first reading of the titles of Senate bills on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 35 through 46, Senate Bill 20 through Senate Bill 942, be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now respectfully ask that all of the bills be passed by for the day, sir.
I thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate bills on the uncontested and regular calendars now on second reading be passed by for the day? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills will go by for the day.
Uncontested calendar, Senate Joint Resolutions on third reading. Senate Joint Resolution 76, proposing an amendment to Section 6-A of Article 10 of the Constitution of Virginia relating to real property tax exemption.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move the bill pass and speaking to that.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this just clarifies that a spouse of a disabled or deceased veteran can actually move to another residence and get that property tax exemption. Heretofore, it required them to stay in the same one they were in when they became eligible. So I'd hope the body supports it.
I thank the senator. Question is, shall Senate Joint Resolution 76 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The resolution is agreed to.
Senate Joint Resolution 99, confirming appointments by the governor of certain persons communicated January 22, 2018.
Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the passage of the resolution. Speaking to that resolution.
Senator has the floor.
That motion. Thank you. These are the governor's appointments, and I ask that they please be adopted. Thank you.
I thank the senator. The question is, shall Senate Joint Resolution 99 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. Senate Joint Resolution 99 is agreed to.
Regular calendar, Senate Joint Resolution on third reading. Senate Joint Resolution 21, proposing an amendment to Section 6 of Article 10 of the Constitution of Virginia relating to property tax exemption for flooding, remediation, abatement, and resiliency.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, move the resolution pass. Speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, this is actually enabling legislation for a bill we will consider later, Senate Bill 219, which allows localities, any county, city, or town in the Commonwealth to enact an ordinance providing for partial real estate tax exemption upon terms that they set out in regards to property owners of occupied real estate who take remedial actions to address recurrent flooding, flooding abatement, mitigation, or resiliency efforts on their property. Mr. President, move the resolution pass.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall Senate Joint Resolution 21 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 4.
Ayes 36, noes 4. Senate Joint Resolution 21 is agreed to.
Uncontested calendar, Senate Joint Resolution on second reading. Senate Joint Resolution 100, confirming appointments by the governor of certain persons communicated January 22, 2018. Reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections with amendment.
Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move adoption of the amendment.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to. Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to engross and advance the resolution to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall Senate Joint Resolution 100 be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Uncontested calendar, Senate Joint Resolutions on first reading.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, before we move along there, if I could go back to page 48 on Senate Joint Resolution number 100, please, sir.
Without objection, Senator.
Mr. President, I'm going to respectfully move that the rules of the Senate be suspended and that the third constitutional reading of the title be dispensed with and SJR 100 be advanced to its final passage.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third reading of the title of SJR 100 be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The reading of the title is dispensed with. Bills now before the Senate on final passage. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, with the bill previously having been explained, I would move the Senate Joint Resolution 100 pass.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall Senate Joint Resolution 100 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. Senate Joint Resolution 100 is agreed to. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, Senate Joint Resolutions on the first reading. Is that where we are?
Yes, sir.
Sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I respectfully move that all of the Senate Joint Resolutions on the uncontested and regular calendar on their first reading, including all resolutions on pages 49 through 51, including Senate Joint Resolution 19 through Senate Joint Resolution 85, that the rules of the Senate be suspended and that the first constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the first reading of the titles of the Senate Joint Resolutions on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 49 through 51, Senate Joint Resolution 19 through Senate Joint Resolution 85, be waived? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The reading of the titles is waived. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I would now move that all of the Senate Joint Resolutions be passed by for the day, sir.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate Joint Resolutions on the uncontested and regular calendars now on second reading be passed by for the day? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolutions will go by for the day.
Mr. President, if we could stand at ease for a moment, please, sir.
Without objection, the Senate stands at ease.
I would respectfully ask that the Senate now stand in recess until 12:35.
Without objection, the Senate will stand in recess until 12:35.
The Senate will come to order. The Senate will return to page 9, regular calendar.
Regular calendar, Senate bills on third reading. Senate Bill 860, a bill relating to health care provider panels, vertically integrated carriers, reimbursement to public hospitals.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Okay, Mr. President, what Senate Bill 860 does, it requires any vertical integrated carrier, which is a health insurer of other carriers that owns an interest in an acute care hospital facility, to offer to every public hospital the ability to participate in the providers panel of networks established for each of the carrier's policies, products, and plans. Essentially what it does, Mr. President, is the measure establishes the methodology for determining a fair and non-discriminatory rate, which is based on the same percentage in excess of the Medicare rate that the carrier pays to the acute hospital facilities for which it owns. This is all about equity because of the disparities in the Hampton Roads area, Mr. President. This is the reason why the bill has been introduced, and again, I move that the bill pass.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Yes, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, just want to be clear on a few things regarding this bill. Senate Bill 860 would require a health plan that is owned by a health system to offer participation to any public hospital in each of the plan's provider panels. So to be clear, this is the government mandating that one party offer a contract to another party and dictating the terms. This would be a dangerous, I would submit, road for us to go down here in the Commonwealth. They would have several impacts, and most importantly, this bill would supplant contract negotiations between certain health plans and hospitals for all products, to include commercial plans that have nothing to do with government-run health care programs. We pride ourselves here on being a pro-business state, on being a great place to do business. This interference in private contract negotiations, Mr. President and members of the body, would be a disincentive to businesses to move to Virginia for fear that they too would be required at some point by our government to contract with certain entities. This covers any, I would also point out this covers any health plans that they offer. So, Mr. President, I would urge the Senate to reject the bill.
The senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking of the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I hadn't intended to speak on the bill until I heard the senator from the Eastern Shore speak a little bit. Let me just say this. If we were working in a purely competitive environment with no competition and no certificate of public need and 18 different health insurers out there and plenty of plans to offer, I'd say that I'd oppose this bill. But that's not the environment that we're operating in Virginia. What we're operating here in Virginia is one, maybe two health plans, in large parts of the state, just one health plan to choose from. We've seen these huge hospitals grow and they become complexes, and they get where there's only one person to turn to. This is not a normal competitive business environment. This is an environment that's been set up because, quite frankly, because of Medicare, Medicaid, and government interference, and that's the environment that we find ourselves in. So while I would never normally support forcing one individual to contract with another individual, we have plenty of instances around this Commonwealth where due to probably protections from monopolies and antitrust protection that we've afforded in the Code of Virginia and several other things that we cannot control, that we find ourselves in this position. So therefore, I urge you to support the bill.
Thank you, Senator. Senator for Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, speaking to the bill. Mr. President, this bill is a bill that's dealing with a situation, obviously, in a different part of the Commonwealth than one I represent. But I am fairly familiar with some of the issues down there and with some of the issues related to these types of things. There clearly are some disconcerting things about the situation that exists there at this particular time, which is part of clearly what's precipitated the filing of this bill. On the other hand, I do have a little bit of concern about mandating that we require an insurer in this particular situation to contract basically across the board without being able to make judgments as to what services might best be covered or not be covered under a type of arrangement with that particular institution. I would hope that if this bill is not successful, that there will be an effort this year to work on things to try to resolve the situation there and to come up with what type of plan and what type of action we as the General Assembly and the government might step into next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to speak to this bill.
Senator has the floor.
You know, I think that a very important piece of language in this bill is that it relates to public hospitals. Public hospitals are our safety net, and there are contracts that exist that are Medicaid carriers that are not allowing public hospitals to participate in their network. They are all receiving money from the state. We need to create a vast network where there's access for the patients to go to more than one hospital in a particular area, and this is a really important part of making sure that that happens. I hope you'll support the bill.
Thank you. The senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hope that the body will approve this bill and pass it on. Basically, one thing that's been going around is that this bill could interfere with Medicaid expansion. That is just ridiculous. That's extremely poor lobbying in a lot of ways, Mr. President. But I'd also mention that this bill, the substitute as it's drawn, removes the reimbursement rates from the language of the bill. So the bill is good for Virginia, it's good for health care in Virginia, and I hope it will pass the bill.
Thank you, Senator. The question is shall the bill pass? Senator Spruill, would you like to, Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I too, you notice where I have voted no, and I'm asking to support this bill. Let me look at the main reason why. In Hampton Roads, for example, when one hospital monopolized most of everything in Hampton Roads. So it's not about the contract dispute. It's about that if you are providing the same service, we're talking about the same service now, and because one hospital has 20,000 members or more in the whole area, and you offer that hospital one price, then you get one hospital like Chesapeake, a different price, and we're talking about for the exact same service. And we're saying because that hospital have a hospital, they own the insurance company, and they are saying to the smaller hospital that what they would not do. So what we're trying to do is say, hey, for the exact same thing, because we're a small hospital, that we deserve also to have good doctors as well as anybody else. So I'm hoping that we will support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from Arlington, Senator Fabola.
Thank you, Mr. President. With my apologies to the patron, I would like to ask that this go by for the day. I have to look into some things. I'm sorry, that is my request, and I'm delving into this in more detail than I expected I had to.
Without objection, the bill will go by. There's an objection. Therefore, there will be a voice vote. All those in favor of the motion that the bill go by for the day will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The bill will not go by for the day. Any other senators request to speak? If not, the question is, shall the bill pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 17, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 20, no 17, Rule 36-1. The bill passes.
Mr. President.
The senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
I apologize. Having voted on the prevailing side by which we passed Senate Bill 860, I ask that that vote please be reconsidered.
The question is shall the vote by which the Senate bill pass be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 38, no 0, Rule 36-1, and the motion is reconsidered. Senator from Portsmouth. Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having already explained the bill, Mr. President, I move the bill pass.
Okay. The motion is shall the bill pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 21, noes 18, Rule 36-1. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 884, a bill relating to alcoholic beverage control.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move 884 pass. And speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this bill deals with fees charged by the Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control. Mr. President, these fees are used for the enforcement of the alcohol beverage control licenses, and the increases based in the bill will not quite get us to what the costs are of the enforcement, but will move us a little bit closer to what those actual costs are. Right. With that, Mr. President, I renew the motion that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change his vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 5.
Ayes 35, noes 5, and the bill is passed.
Senate Bill 159, relating to the Commonwealth's lien for payment of medical services limitations.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I hesitate to ask the bill go by for the day, but I ask for it to go by for the day.
Without objection, Senate Bill 159 will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 625, a bill relating to consumer finance companies' loans licensing.
The senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Mr. President, I ask that bill go by for the day.
Senator from James City, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I know there are a variety of reasons why people would like bills to go by for the day. Some is to give those who are interested opportunities to work it more. Some is that there are those who want to avoid the inevitability for another day. This is not going to be helpful as we're going forward in the next day or so. So if there is any way that you can graciously deal with the bill today, it would be extremely appreciated.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Mr. President, I would withdraw my motion and ask the bill go by temporarily.
Without objection, the bill will go by temporarily.
Senate Bill 26, a bill relating to method of nominating party candidates, certain incumbents to determine method.
Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, Senate Bill 26 is the second part of the bill. The first bill I had before you that would allow the constitutional officers to have their names put on the ballot, whether the DRR or independent. This bill provides now that it's got straight that they could do that once they are incumbent as a constitutional officer, that they could pick the method of a nomination, whether they want to be a DRR. But before that, it was put by the party. Now, where there is no incumbent, then the party will pick. Because there is an incumbent, then let the constitutional officer pick the method of nomination. I move the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change his vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 22.
Ayes 18, noes 22, and the bill fails to report.
Senate Bill 219, a bill to provide for the submission to the voters of a proposed amendment to Section 6 of Article 10 of the Constitution of Virginia relating to property tax exemption for flooding, remediation, abatement, and resiliency.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, move the bill pass. And speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, this is the companion to Senate Joint Resolution 21 we just passed a few minutes ago. This is actually the enabling legislation, and SJR 21 was the language as the amendment will appear on the ballot. Simply put, this allows localities in Virginia, counties, cities, or towns on a permissive basis to enact ordinances by which they can alleviate partially real estate taxes for frequently flooded properties, occupied properties whose owners have been proactive in taking remediation, abatement, and other resiliency efforts. This is a tool to put in the locality's toolbox, again, on a permissive basis to allow them to encourage homeowners to be proactive and take efforts on their own in regard to frequently flooded properties. Move the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change his vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 5.
Ayes 33, noes 5, and the bill passes.
Senate Bill 290, a bill relating to affordable dwelling unit ordinances.
The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 290 pass. And speaking to that.
The gentlelady has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. In 2017, the National Low Income Housing Coalition's analysis of the availability of affordable rental housing showed that Virginia has enough affordable housing units for only 54 out of every 100 localities. A key tool for our local governments to increase the availability of affordable housing is through affordable dwelling unit ordinances. We authorize these ordinances in 15.2-2305, but we only allow very limited use of these ordinances through a very cumbersome and complicated process that many localities have found not worth trying to use. And yet in 15.2-2304, we allow a handful of localities much more flexibility in how they craft their affordable dwelling unit ordinances. What this bill would do is expand 15.2-2304 to all localities in the state to give them one more tool to address the lack of affordable dwelling units in their localities.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
I would like to support this bill in agreement with the junior senator from Richmond. We really do have an affordable housing crisis in Virginia, and this affects our firefighters and our school teachers and our police officers, and it also affects people who are trying to reverse the trajectory of poverty. And if we're really serious about getting this done, we need to give our localities the tools by which they can accomplish those goals. So I hope you'll vote for the bill.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the bill pass? All in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change his vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 14.
Ayes 26, noes 14. The bill passes.
Mr. President.
Senator from James City, Senator Normant.
Excuse me for interrupting you, sir. Before we get too far in the calendar and I forget what I would like to do, directing your attention back to page 11, Senate Bill 26, having voted on the prevailing side, I would respectfully ask that we reconsider that vote.
The motion is that the bill be reconsidered. All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change his vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0, and the bill is reconsidered. The senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having previously explained the bill, I move that the bill pass.
Mr. President.
The senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'd ask this bill go by temporarily. It's a withdraw. I defer to the
Thank
patron.
you, Senator. I appreciate that. All right, the question is shall the bill pass? All those in favor will record your votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change his vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The bill fails. Returning to page
12.
Page 12, the junior senator from Richmond City.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 353 pass. And speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is one of the conveyance bills that would authorize the Department of Conservation and Recreation to convey a portion of property at the White Oak Technology Park in Henrico County to the county in exchange for a open space easement, and I ask that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change his vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 394, a bill relating to establishment of the Office of the Qualified Education Loan Ombudsman.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is one of two bills on the calendar today that are designed to help student loan borrowers in Virginia to navigate the treacherous waters of student loans. This bill sets up an Office of Ombudsman to help them understand their rights and responsibilities, to compile data, and to try and resolve problems and complaints that the student loan borrowers may have. We have 1 million Virginians who have student loans valued at almost $1 billion, so it's a pretty major issue. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the bill pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill is reported.
Senate Bill 397, a bill relating to Hampton Roads Coastal Resiliency Authority.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, speaking to move the bill passed and speaking to the motion, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, this bill seeks to establish the Hampton Roads Coastal Resiliency Authority. It would be established among the 17 members of the Hampton Roads Planning District Commission. It would be a voluntary organization. Each locality would have to pass a resolution in order to join, and the authority would not come into existence until localities comprising 2/3 of the population of the Hampton Roads Planning District Commission adopted those resolutions. The board would consist of 11 members, at least 7 of whom would be local elected officials. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this authority will exist to do long-term planning, to interface with the federal government, and look for additional funding for resiliency projects in the Hampton Roads region. It would provide a long-term strategic basis for dealing with flooding, recurrent flooding, sea level rise, and resiliency. This was the product or a recommendation of a 2-year effort, the Sea Level Rise Preparedness and Resilience Intergovernmental Planning Project, of which the HRPDC, the Army Corps of Engineers, the City of Norfolk, City of Virginia Beach, and other stakeholders in the area participated. In the formation of this entity to provide the regional strategic planning was a strong recommendation of the group. As we all know, Moody's has indicated that going forward they will be evaluating how an area, a state, a locality deals with recurrent flooding and resiliency issues in determining their bond rating. This gives the Hampton Roads region, which is on the pointed end of that spear, an important tool should they choose to avail themselves of it to meet those long-term strategic goals. Move the bill pass.
Thank you, Senator. The junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeStaff.
Mr. President, will the gentleman from Accomack rise for a question?
Would the gentleman yield? The gentleman yields.
Mr. President, my question for the gentleman from Accomack is how many jurisdictions are affected by this?
17.
Senator, Mr. President, additional question.
Would the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Senator yields.
Mr. President, for the gentleman from Accomack, how many of those 17 jurisdictions have agreed to this or signed on to this at this point?
The bill is not passed yet.
Additional question, Mr. President.
Does the gentleman yield? Does the gentleman?
Oh, I'm sorry. I yield, Mr. President.
Gentleman yields.
For the gentleman from Accomack, Mr. President, have you talked to the 17 jurisdictions and gotten their opinions on this?
Senator from Accomack.
I'd respond to the gentleman, as was indicated in the testimony before the committee by retired Rear Admiral Ann Phillips, who participated in the Sea Level Rise Preparedness 2-year-long study that I referenced, and produced a resolution which was signed off on by the then Secretary of Natural Resources, Secretary of Public Safety, and also by the City of Virginia Beach and the City of Norfolk. So that was one of their strong recommendations.
Senator from Virginia Beach.
Mr. President, I'd like to speak against the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, when it comes to this bill, I've talked to the City of Virginia Beach. I've also talked to many of the other jurisdictions that will be affected by this bill. When I talked to them point blank, they said that they did agree with overall committee recommendations, but not this one specifically. What they were agreeing to was a secretary on coastal resiliency, and that would be their preferred method, not going into something like this. For something like this, they could actually go and do this already with a majority vote from the PDC. So with that, I hope we vote no on this measure. Thank you very much.
The question is, shall the bill pass? All in favor of the motion? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change his vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 16.
Ayes 24, no 16. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 559, a bill relating to the Uniform Military and Overseas Voters Act, secure return of voted military overseas ballots by electronic means, pilot program.
The junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeStaff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass.
Senator has the floor.
Speaking to that measure, Mr. President, what this does is this sets up a pilot program similar to what was done in West Virginia for deployed members of the military to return a ballot via secure means, electronic secure means. And, Mr. President, when the state of West Virginia did their pilot program, previously 40 to 50% of their deployed military would do return ballots. Once they enacted this program, of those who were deployed, 82% of them returned them electronically, increasing the rate of return of mailed ballots or absentee ballots significantly. So, Mr. President, what this does is this allows our deployed military, those who are fighting for our ability to have freedom, to have our rights, and protect those rights, this gives them the opportunity to vote in those elections and have their voices heard. With that, I move the bill pass.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Mr. President, we all support our military. Our men and women serving in uniform overseas at great sacrifice deserve to have a say in how they are governed. We all deserve to have a say in how we are governed. How can we justify electronic voting and easier ballot submissions for some people while making it ever harder for other people to cast their ballot? As long as we continue to enact unnecessary photo ID requirements and keep in place onerous absentee voting rules, we are disenfranchising voters in a way that is just not consistent with this legislation. Furthermore, how do we know that this will be secure? There are unresolved allegations of hacking of all kinds of systems in the 2016 election. We continually underfund our Department of Elections. Establishing a secure, Putin-proof system is going to be an expensive undertaking. Therefore, I think this is well before its time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Any other senator care to speak? The junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeStaff.
Mr. President, if West Virginia can do it successfully and securely, then Virginia can do it successfully and securely as well. These members of the military who have been deployed, myself being one of them, missing out on elections because of where we were, the missions we were within, or the things that were happening at the time where we did not have access to U.S. mail, really disenfranchises our military, who are those individuals who are deployed overseas, protecting our abilities to vote freely in this nation. With that, I move the bill pass.
The question is shall the bill, Senate Bill 559, pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change his vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 30, noes 10.
Ayes 30, noes 10. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 565, a bill relating to DNA analysis upon conviction of certain misdemeanors.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenchain.
Mr. President, I move the bill pass. And speaking of the bill,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, this bill is a unanimous recommendation of the Crime Commission. As you may remember, in 2015, following the two murders in Charlottesville of students, and the revelation that had we had a more robust DNA database, these murders would not have even occurred because the perpetrator of those murders would have been arrested. Over the course of the past couple of years, the Crime Commission's done outstanding work in conducting quantitative analysis of which misdemeanor offenses are most likely predictors of future violent, felonious behavior. And this bill is an extension of that work, adding certain misdemeanor offenses to the list of those which, following conviction, we collect DNA from the convicts. So with that, Mr. President, I move the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change his vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 6.
Ayes 34, noes 6. The bill is passed.
Senate Bill 591, a bill relating to post-election audits.
Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage of the bill and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this bill seeks to do is create the opportunity for a post-election risk-limiting audit of certain machines. And what this is the culmination of a number of the stakeholders working together through a process to come up with the opportunity for them to continue to meet and come back before the legislature to actually pass what would set up the parameters of such a risk-limiting audit. So this is really just the first step. And with that, I'd ask that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2, and the bill passes.
Mr. President.
The senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hate to interrupt the flow. You're doing so well. But having voted on the prevailing side in which we passed Senate Bill 559, I ask that we reconsider that vote.
The question is shall the vote by which the Senate passed Senate Bill 559 be reconsidered? All in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0, and the bill is before us. This junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Steff.
Mr. President, having formally discussed and debated and explained this bill, I move the bill pass.
The question is shall the bill, Senate Bill 559, pass? All in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 9.
Ayes 31, noes 9. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 644, a bill relating to DNA analysis after arrest.
Senator from Prince William, Senator McPike.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
This bill is similar to the bill we just passed, 565. It has a little bit different take on it. It includes two additional provisions that are in relation to obscene sexual display, and it is collection of DNA upon arrest. And so this is slightly different, but these are two things that, after speaking with very frustrated detectives in my community, after the very brutal East Coast rapist case, nothing more frustrating to our officers trying to help than to see an individual who brutally raped 22 women over 15 years, and they actually had him. And they had him on these type of offenses, but no DNA collected. And things like this is an opportunity that we can prevent. Frankly, these are clearly, although you'll hear some complaints and concerns that they're misdemeanor, these are both sexual in nature. And that's why it's important that we add these. It's just like fingerprinting. However, in these cases, for the DNA of folks who have history of exploiting and doing some sexually obscene things in public. And Mr. President, I ask that the bill pass.
The senior senator from Loudoun, Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking in favor of the measure.
The senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is an excellent measure that follows up on what we have done over the past several years, where we started by doing an audit of our untested rape test kits. After the audit, we passed legislation which then set in place a procedure where we would ensure that we no longer had a backlog. We had found we'd had a backlog of about 2,000 kits. And the key to this is that every time that you can take DNA where you've got an indication that the individual is involved in criminal sexual activity, you begin to connect dots. And as the gentleman mentioned, a woman or a fellow who raped 22 women and got away with it. Somewhere in there, had he been picked up and had there been DNA taken, they may have been able to connect a couple of those, 3 of those, and lead right to the perpetrator and bring him down. And typically, when we do that, when we do this connect the dot, we're talking about serial rapists. And those are, of course, the greatest danger that we have to women. And so I strongly support this measure.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougall.
Mr. President, rise and speak briefly to the measure.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I just want to make clear to the body as you're looking at this bill, it is different from the one we previously voted on. In 2001, this body, this legislature passed, or I guess it was 2002, passed legislation which said if you are charged with a violent felony at the time of the arrest, your DNA will be tested. Over the years, we've looked at this and made determinations of what is a violent felony, what is not. But this will, for the first time, move if you are arrested for misdemeanor. Not convicted, but arrested for misdemeanor, then your DNA will be tested. So it is a substantive policy change from where we have been now.
Senator from Prince William, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. If no one else wishes to speak, I'd wrap this up.
The senator has the floor.
The good senator from Hanover is correct in that it is upon arrest, it is misdemeanor, but these are 2 very specific sexual public obscene issues that are on the table, which is what it differentiates. In fact, the Crime Commission, after follow-up on courts and justice, came into actually very similar statistics and data in terms of the connection of future behaviors on this issue. And frankly, I don't want another time where someone like the East Coast rapist, when he's arrested, his quip to the arresting officers finally in Connecticut were, "What took you so long? What took you so long?" I appreciate the body supporting the measure.
The question is, shall the bill pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Ayes 27, noes 12. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 656, a bill relating to the Virginia College Savings Plan prepaid tuition contracts.
The senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass. I'd like to speak to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. Senate Bill 656 makes several changes to the Virginia 529 prepaid program. This program has been in existence since 1994. The 529 portion of the prepaid program opened in 96-97. It's been tremendously successful. At the end of this past year, over 20 years in operation, they were funded at 138.4% of actuarial status. But there are a number of changes that are being proposed in this bill to help the program keep up with times. They've been studied over the last 3 years, and their board has made these recommendations. First, it makes some statutory changes to comport with the federal tax bill that was recently passed in Washington. It expands professional qualifications for board members, but the primary objective of the legislation is to implement a new prepaid program which will help us address the diversity of costs and the wide range of costs for our colleges and universities throughout the Commonwealth and make it more accessible and affordable for all Virginians. Essentially, it would create units rather than semester payments, allowing individuals and their families to get started on as little as $200 rather than the current starting point of $8,800. Mr. President, there is the only potential fiscal impact to the Commonwealth is some of the disbursements that would be made under this revised program would not be made through the Cardinal system, so there would be some stranded costs to the Cardinal system. Other than that, it's intended to make college more accessible and affordable for all Virginia residents. So I move that we pass the bill.
Thank you, Senator. The question is shall the bill pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0, and the bill passes.
Senate Bill 680, a bill relating to special fee to fund emergency services in certain counties.
Senator from Bath County, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, to move the bill pass, I'd like to speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
This bill would allow counties with populations of less than 3,000, the governing body of such counties, to pass an ordinance and impose a fee for emergency services. Now, there's only one county in Virginia with a population less than 3,000. It's Highland County. And anyone who wants to study the census figures will see that Highland County's population has been in decline for a number of years. In fact, the population was over 2,300 at the last census, but now it's about 2,200 according to most recent estimates. Frankly, Highland County just has a very limited ability to raise money in the conventional ways, and frankly, I repeated this in committee, and these are well-known facts. It's the least populated county east of the Mississippi, and it's got the highest average altitude of any county east of the Rocky Mountains. Very sparsely populated, spread out over a very mountainous terrain. It's getting tougher and tougher for this aging population to support emergency services. And that's why this bill is before you at the request of the Board of Supervisors, and I hope that it will pass.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the bill pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 30, noes 9.
Ayes 30, noes 9. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 684, a bill relating to removal of snow and ice, county executive form of government.
Senator from Bath County, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass, and I'd like to speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this bill comes at the request of the Board of Supervisors of Albemarle County. It will allow that county, which is the only county outside of Northern Virginia with county executive form of government, to pass an ordinance requiring their residents to clean the sidewalks in front of their residences. In the older neighborhoods of Albemarle County are very close to Charlottesville. As the body knows, as the members know, cities already have this authority. This is already required in the city of Charlottesville. The county of Albemarle is just trying to address some of the facts of life in their aging communities, and they would like the ability to pass this sort of ordinance. So I hope you'll pass the bill.
The senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I hope we'll think long and hard before we actually pass this bill. While well-intentioned, I bring back memories of just before the session when it snowed 14 to 22 inches in Hampton Roads. And having been preparing to come for session, I needed to shovel the driveway. And I shoveled, and I shoveled, and I shoveled. The city of Chesapeake already has an ordinance that says I'm required to shovel the sidewalks. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, that would have killed me. I mean, there was so much snow, especially for Hampton Roads. What we're doing here is we're telling people that have their private property that not only if you elect to shovel your driveway, you are required to shovel the sidewalks in front of your property. Now, that's an awful lot of work. Everybody knows that shoveling snow, if you're not in good shape or you're elderly, it can cause tremendous health risks. And so this type of ordinance, like I said, while well-intentioned, I think has some consequences that we're not really thinking through. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to not vote for the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senators. The senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. I would encourage the ladies and gentlemen of the Senate to vote for this bill for a couple of reasons. First, it is permissive. So a local government, or we would say Albemarle County, will have the option to do this. And it's important to note that there's going to be an extensive administrative process put in place before an ordinance is adopted. There'll be lots of public comment, lots of public input. The whole discussion about, where the sidewalks should be cleared and at what time frame they should be cleared, all of that will come out in public comment. And supervisors, as you know, are elected by the constituents they serve. I also want to point out that in line 19 of the bill, it says reasonable exceptions for the handicapped and elderly persons shall be included in the ordinance. So that's another element that I think might give us some comfort. And I guess at the end of the day, it's really your local government that is responsible for ensuring that people can get to transit, that people can get to work, that safety provisions are provided, and we need to give them as many tools as possible. So, again, I would encourage the Senate to adopt this bill. Thank you.
Seeing none others that would like to speak, the question is shall the bill pass? All in favor of the motion will record your vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 715, a bill relating to carrying a concealed handgun, firefighters, and emergency medical services providers.
The senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass, and speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
This bill provides that any firefighter or person employed as emergency medical service personnel with a concealed carry permit may carry a concealed handgun throughout the Commonwealth under certain conditions. First of all, they have to be engaged in the performance of their official duties, and also they have to have permission from their fire chief or EMS chief. And also, after much debate and discussion in committee, we've also added that the Department of Criminal Justice Services, in consultation with the Office of Emergency Medical Services of the Department of Health and Department of Fire Programs, shall develop a model policy regarding carrying a concealed handgun for firefighters and EMS personnel. Any decision by a fire chief or EMS chief that authorizes an employee or volunteer to carry a concealed handgun while engaged in the performance of his official duties is reviewable by the locality, so the local elected governing body, unless the fire chief or EMS chief is employed by a private entity. And with that, I move the bill pass.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Prince William, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak against the measure.
Has the floor.
I appreciate my friend from Chesterfield's bringing the bill, but I'd point out a couple of considerations. The fire and EMS industry rely on state and national standards. And what concerns me about the bill, although I appreciate the patron adding some provisions in regards to Office of EMS as well as DCAGS participating, it says that they can develop a model policy. It doesn't say the chief or the EMS rescue chief has to adopt that policy. And furthermore, I want to make sure that the body understands that when we talk about a fire chief or a rescue chief, I don't know how many hundreds there are across our Commonwealth, because as set up, many of our rescue squads and/or fire departments are actually independent agencies, okay, that fall under an umbrella of Office of EMS or general guidelines from the Department of Fire Programs. And so the last line is your local governing body, your local counties, have no control actually over what policies or review process over what is implemented under this law. And that creates some liability. That creates some issues that are seriously, because there is no DCGS standard. Right now, the folks who are able to carry are trained as law enforcement officers as fire marshals and therefore have arrest authority. This creates essentially a whole different section. It's not even a standard because there is no standard. There's no requirements for an individual to take annual, just like any of our officers do, annual range training, nor does it require, even though it was sort of discussed in committee, it was discussed in committee that there was some that training that's out there. It's not. There is no training to this regard in EMT Basic or Firefighter 1 or anything else like this on shoot or don't shoot or hand-to-hand combat, none of that. This is way outside of the scope of fire and EMS. Furthermore, you have the complexities of mutual aid and automatic aid agreements that get into this, because we're all expected to deal with each other as a professional team, whether it's volunteer or career. So this has a number of level of complexities that has nothing to do about Second Amendment rights or protections. The first thing that they teach you in EMT class is scene safety. And that's, scene safety, you're not even supposed to go in, period. And I know the patron had brought up some areas that have a long distance to respond for a sheriff's office, and that's why they wanted it. But simply, first responders need to go home first. Don't go into the scene. That's what the first, it's a pass-fail question on the EMT. This starts to change those dynamics pretty significantly. And I've been in some scenes that you think are safe and do turn a little sideways at times, so I understand it. But by drawing a weapon does not encourage the safety in those circumstances. There's a number of level of issues. I appreciate the patron taking a look at this, but I strongly urge that this is not a measure that the Commonwealth wants to institute for a number of different reasons that I've illustrated.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, the firefighters associations and the EMS agencies that have contacted me have said they do not want this bill. They did not ask for it, and they prefer the bill be defeated. And besides, it's for the reasons advanced by the senator from Prince William. And furthermore, Mr. President, we've made it pretty easy to get a concealed handgun permit, so I would hope the body would vote against the bill.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just in conclusion here, in committee, we addressed many of the issues that the good senator from Prince William addressed in that meeting. And so, we worked with the Department of Criminal Justice Services in consultation with the Office of Emergency Medical Services. And what I would tell you is we addressed many of those issues that you just brought up a few minutes ago. I would also tell you that unbeknownst to many of us, this is already being done. There are members of our fire and EMS who are actually already carrying, and there is no policy. This policy would actually be addressed by the stakeholders that we mentioned and give us a little more direction, a little bit more clarity. And for that reason, I move we pass the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the senator from Chesterfield rise for a question?
Would the senator yield?
I rise.
The senator yields.
I heard the senator say that she worked with the Department of Criminal Justice Services, and I wanted to know or ask her if the Department of Criminal Justice Services is now supporting the bill, having a contrary position to the firefighter community.
Senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Mr. President. And to answer the gentleman, I don't have the exact names in front of me, but I know in the back room where we were actually over on the side area there, I know that there was a representative from the Department of Criminal Justice Services and the Office of Emergency Medical Service, and they expressed to me at that time that they did support the amendments to the bill. And, if there was any dissension, I would hope they would contact the senator from Chesterfield.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben. Does that complete your question?
Speaking briefly against the bill.
The senator has the floor.
I just wanted to underscore that if the firefighters and the EMS community are against the bill, I would think that they would know best what's best for the safety of their employees. Thank you.
Okay. Senator's already spoken twice. The question is shall the bill pass? All in favor of the motion will record your votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 751, a bill relating to localities and school divisions posting of register of funds expended.
The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is a bill that this body has seen before and passed before. It is a bill that would have localities and our school divisions simply post their check registers online. This is information that is already subject to the Freedom of Information Act. It is public information about how these entities spend tax dollars. I worked with folks from the local governments over the summer to see if could make it a little bit more palatable to some of them. And so what I did was I increased the threshold population that this would apply to. So now it would only apply to those localities of 25,000 or more people, and those school divisions larger than 5,000 students. And in addition to that, the reporting or the posting of the check registers would now only need to be done on a quarterly basis, and to further give our friends in local government additional time to implement this, it has a delayed effective date of July 1st, 2019. And with that, Mr. President, I move that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 13, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 26, nays 13, Rule 36-1. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 774, a bill relating to partition election to purchase.
Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Currently, there are three methods of partition in the Commonwealth of Virginia when co-parceners, landowners that own land together, want to divide their land. This bill would create a fourth process, and the fourth process would be similar to the dissolution of corporation statute. It would allow an election of a defendant to make an election to purchase the property, and the value of the property would be determined by the court then at the fair market value. At the hearing, the petitioner who seeks the election to purchase the property would have to demonstrate that they have the ability to purchase the property, financial ability, and an irrevocable letter of credit drawn on a bank or a deposit of funds with the clerk in the amount of no less than 150% of the tax assessed value would create a prima facie case of that. So the bill seeks to create an expedited way that you can get these partition suits over with. Partition suits are lengthy. They often drag on the court's calendar. If the purchase fails under the bill, if the purchase were to fail for any reason, if for some reason, even if the person who was electing to purchase passed away, then the court would simply go back to the other methods of partition, and the case would proceed in accordance with that. If, however, the person seeking the election were to have been shown to have done it just to delay the case or maybe not in good faith, the court could assess attorney fees and court costs in order to set the scales of equity. Mr. President, I move the bill pass.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise to speak against the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, with deference to my very good friend from Russell County, I rise to speak against this bill. Let me just briefly speak a moment about partition. There are three remedies under partition. Partition is a common law cause of action where you divide property which is commonly owned, and you can either physically divide it if you have, a property that can be physically divided. Two, the parties can reach an agreement. Or three, what is most common is the party is listed, or the property is listed for sale, and the parties then divide the asset, the money that comes from the sale of the asset. There's, of course, a very famous biblical story that deals with partition from the time of King Solomon, which, quite frankly, I think you could probably has less text to it than what we have in front of us. The problem with this bill is that it takes what is one of the most simple common law processes and makes it very convoluted and, frankly, hard to understand. And believe it or not, circuit court judges are not that much more brilliant than you and I. And when we have a process like this, we've taken a simple process and made it complicated, and it makes it more complicated for the parties. If the parties cannot agree on what to do with the property, then the sole purpose of the partition action should be to maximize the value of the sale such that each party gets the most out of it. And I understand sometimes there are circumstances where you might have family property or partnership property and it's listed for sale and it's embarrassing and it's much like a divorce. But that's the risk you take when you take on business partners, that this could be a potential outcome. And so while I greatly respect my colleague from the Southwest, the great Southwest, I do think that this remedy would be more complicated than what would be a common law solution.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, my good friend from Fairfax City takes issue with the language. The language is pretty straightforward, and certainly all the circuit court judges that I appear before, practice in front of, would have no problem applying the language. As I said, the language was primarily extracted from the corporate dissolution statute, so it's already language that we work with when we have corporations that are being taken apart, that are being dissolved. So the reason the senator from Fairfax City touched on the reason that I offered this amendment to the partition statute, and the primary reason is we often see times that there is malice and there is great umbrage between partners, people who own land together, and they are looking to grind the axe to a fine line with one another. This bill would allow that to be stopped. That's what this bill would basically do. It would allow the case to move forward in such a way that would be expedited, and it would not allow your partner to force you into a sale of the property that you were operating your business on, for example, at the courthouse steps, and try to put you out of business and cause a lot of financial ruination. So I hope it would be the member's pleasure to pass the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 16.
Ayes 24, noes 16. The bill is passed.
Mr. President.
The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side by which we passed Senate Bill 751, I ask that we reconsider that vote.
The motion is that we reconsider the vote by which we pass Senate Bill 751. All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0, and the bill is back before us. The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Mr. President, having previously explained the bill, I move that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? All in favor of the motion will record the vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 13, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 26, noes 13, Rules 36-1. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 820, a bill relating to voter registration by political party affiliation, primary elections.
Senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is a bill we've seen a number of times. This bill would set up a system whereby voters would register either as Republican, Democrat, or as an independent. Totally up to them. It also has the mechanism in there that they can change their party registration within a certain number of days before an election that's set by law. The parties have had the ability to decide who's going to vote in their own primaries, Mr. President. We've had this discussion go on for quite some time. Republicans should be voting in Republican primaries. Democrats should be voting in Democrat primaries. As far as I'm concerned, independents should be able to vote either or, but not both. This bill basically sets up that system, and I hope it would be the pleasure of the body to pass the bill.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from Fairfax County, Senator Peterson. Does the gentleman yield for a question?
I'd be delighted to yield.
The gentleman yields.
I'd ask the gentleman, so basically what you do is take our current system of no party registration. You require every voter to re-register by party. Is that correct?
Mr. President, I answer the gentleman, no, sir. We don't require anybody to re-register as anything. The bill states that you may register as a Republican, you may register as a Democrat, but if you decide not to, you will be registered as an independent.
Further question, Mr. Chair.
Does the gentleman yield for a further question?
I yield.
The gentleman yields.
How are we going to get the word out to people to let them know that they have the ability to now go in and identify themselves by party?
Senior Senator from Chesapeake.
Mr. President, I think we'd have the same opportunity to tell them about any of the bills that are passed here, whether they're having to deal with constitutional amendments, whether they have to do with voting, if they have to do with legal work. And basically, believe me, I think the press and social media will get that word out there post haste.
Further question, Mr. President.
Gentleman yield for a further question.
I yield.
Senator yields.
Does the gentleman foresee any fiscal impact from people coming into the DMV or the local registrar or wherever it is that they will come in, let's say in order to re-register as a Democrat, Independent, or Republican?
Senior Senator from Chesapeake.
Mr. President, I'd answer the gentleman that I have not seen a financial impact statement attached to this legislation.
Speak to the bill at the proper time.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think this discussion has certainly been here longer, probably been here as long as this building has been here. We don't have registration by party in Virginia. I think that's a very good thing, actually. I think this makes it a better democracy. If we had it or had that structure in place, this bill might make more sense. But the bottom line is if we're going to pass a law like this, you're going to have 5 million registered voters, most of whom don't follow what we do here day to day, that there may be a Democratic primary or a Republican primary where they're going to walk in expecting to be able to vote and suddenly will not be able to vote because they're not, quote, a Democrat or, quote, a Republican, simply because they've been registered to vote for 30 to 40 to 50 years and have never been turned away by a party primary. But now we will put a structure in place that will actually deny people the right to participate in a primary process. Let me tell you something. This bill is a solution in search of a problem. We don't have a problem in Virginia. Okay, I've knocked on a lot of doors, and I'm not the only person here. No one ever said to me, gosh, we ought to have more partisanship in this state, okay? we shouldn't have opportunities for people to vote, okay? The bottom line is we don't have a problem. Our system right now is a pretty good system, and we get pretty good results from it. And I've been on both sides of those results, by the way. But I think if we pass a law like this, it is going to be wildly confusing to our constituents once the next presidential primary comes around. Folks might be shocked to find out that they would not be able to participate, and I think we'd be making a big mistake.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake.
Thank you, Mr. President. If no one else wishes to speak.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the gentleman from Fairfax is vastly underestimating the intelligence of the Virginia voting electorate. This isn't rocket science. This isn't terribly difficult. This is a solution. Basically, how many times has anybody gone door to door, as we all have in elections, and somebody says, you know what, I'm a registered Republican. Hey, you know what, I want to talk to you, I'm a registered Democrat. And what do you say to them? Not in Virginia, you're not. They said, what do you mean? I said, basically, in Virginia, you can vote in any primary you want, Republican or Democrat. Well, that's not right. I said, I agree with you. And that's why we have this bill. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this bill is a bill whose time has come. Now, we've had mischief and trouble in many recent elections. This bill will go a long way into try to get more order into the political process. It's not going to keep anybody out. They're still going to be able to vote, but they will vote either Democrat or Republican or as an independent. Thank you, Mr. President.
The question is, shall the bill pass? All in favor of the vote will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 20.
Ayes 20, noes 20. The bill fails. I can't break a tie. I'm sorry.
Senate Bill 825, a bill relating to the State Board of Elections membership increase to 5. Commissioner of Elections to be a member of the board.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass.
Senator has the floor.
And by way of explanation, this is not the bill that was introduced initially. This is, however, the substitute that was reported out of the committee by a strong vote. The governor does support this substitute. And I hope and I believe that most of the interested parties support it as well. They may not think it's perfect, but it is one that they think is a good bill. Mr. President, what this bill does is expand the board from 3 members to 5 members, the Board of Election. The 3 would be members of the governor's party, 2 would not. The governor would appoint the chairman and the vice chairman, and the chairman would have to be a member of the governor's party. The vice chair would be not a member of the governor's party. Mr. President, there would be staggered terms so that 3 would be appointed for initially for 4 years. The next 2, and then the initial staggering would be that 3 would be 4 years and 2 would be 2 years, and then the other 2 would be 4 years, so that the governor would pick 3 in his second year in office after the staggering, and then in his 4th year would pick the 2. Again, 3 would have to be the governor's of the governor's party. 2 would not be of the governor's party. Mr. President, what this means that the chairman of the board that the governor would pick would also be the commissioner of the Department of Elections, a full-time job. To avoid any political influence, Mr. President, the bill specifically says every member of the board should be barred from being seeking elective office or having and holding elective office. And not only would the board members be precluded from political activity, but the spouse, the grandparent, parent, sibling, child, and grandchildren of members of the board also could not hold elective political office. So the idea is to make sure we have a nonpartisan board, a professional board, and with staggered terms, making sure that there is institutional knowledge at all times so that some members of the board will have experience at all times when new members of the board are elected. So, Mr. President, with that explanation, I move that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 839, a bill relating to turns in certain residential areas, resident stickers.
The senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass, and speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you. This bill is very simple. What it does is it permits an urban county executive form of government, which would be Fairfax County, to implement a permit program for cars that need to drive down certain neighborhood streets because their residents live there. And during the times that these permits would be in place, would probably be times where the local government has decided you can't take a right turn or a left turn. So it's a local option. It's one of their traffic demand management tools, or it's a tool they would like in their toolkit. And I respectfully ask the Senate to adopt it. A companion bill passed the House on a vote of 96-3.
Senator Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Gentlelady, yield for a question.
Gentlelady, yield.
Yes, I will.
Where can I find this toolkit?
Oh, you have to go and look at all the policies and procedures in Fairfax County, but you could probably go online.
Further question, Mr. President.
Gentlelady, yield for a further question.
I will.
I read this bill to be talking about turns in residential neighborhoods as opposed to parking.
Yes.
I'm familiar with ordinances that have to do with parking in residential neighborhoods, like next to George Mason or next to a high school. but you're not allowed to turn in a neighborhood?
Senator from Arlington.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is possible you would not be able to turn into your neighborhood because what Fairfax is trying to do is manage traffic getting onto the Georgetown Pike. And it has a lot of neighborhood streets that would have to turn onto Georgetown Pike. For example, this could be an example. I don't mean to say it's the only one. And at certain times, it's possible that the county may want to restrict turns, but residents that live on that street would have a reason to have to go down that street. So that's the context of this bill.
Senator from Fairfax City.
Further question, Mr. President.
Does the gentlelady yield?
I do.
She yields.
So in other words, in order to turn into this neighborhood, you have to have a permit just to go into it.
During certain hours where turns would be restricted, you would need a permit if you live on that neighborhood street. That is correct. Now, this program has not yet been implemented. There'll be a lot of public comment. This is permissive.
Okay, last question.
Does the gentlelady yield for a question?
I do. I'd be happy to go through the hours of discussion.
I was just going to ask if
had.
this is McLean.
Senator from
Go ahead.
Senator from Fairfax City.
Just asking if this is McLean.
Is this
McLean?
This was McLean and other jurisdictions within Fairfax.
Thank you, gentlelady.
Thank you.
The senior senator from Loudoun County, Senator Black.
Mr. President, I rise and ask if the gentle lady from Arlington and a tiny sliver of Loudoun County would rise for a question.
Would gentlelady yield?
I do, and I'm proud to say I do have a tiny sliver of Loudoun, which would put the senior senator from Loudoun and myself in the same delegation.
Senator senior senator from Loudoun.
Thank you, Mr. President. I asked the gentlelady if, for example, a driver comes visiting to Arlington from Norfolk, and or from anywhere else in the state. How are they to know that they're required to have a tiny little sticker in order to turn left or turn right?
Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. First off, this bill would only apply to the urban county executive form of government, which is Fairfax, not Arlington. So Arlington wouldn't have permission to implement this permit program under this bill.
Senior Senator from Loudoun County. Would the gentlelady yield for a further question?
Absolutely.
The gentlelady yields.
So perhaps the gentlelady could let's say that some individual from Spotsylvania or Charlottesville were to come to the mighty county of Fairfax, and they were to make a left or right turn and be pulled over by a police officer with lights flashing and be told that they had to have a tiny little sticker on their window or they couldn't make a left or right turn. Now, how are those individuals who go to the mighty county of Fairfax to understand that this is a requirement there?
Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Mr. President, thank you. There would be signs posted about no right turn or no left turn unless permit shown. So the drivers from around the Commonwealth would actually be able to see the sign pretty clearly and hopefully would abide by it.
Does that complete your question, sir?
That completes my question, and I won't comment on it, Mr. President, because I think I've made my point here. Thank you.
Senator from Arlington. Senator Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Sure.
Mr. President, would the senator yield for a question?
Would the senator yield for a question?
I will.
Mr. President, my seatmate has a question, but he can't seem to get it out. Mr. President, would the senator answer whether these roads are in the state transportation system?
Senator from Arlington.
Well, most of Fairfax roads are in the state transportation system.
Thank the senator, Mr. President.
I do want to add, though, that Fairfax County, like other counties throughout our Commonwealth, do manage the traffic on these roads and actually work with VDOT if they're to implement any traffic calming measures. So, and I thank the senator for that question. If Fairfax County were to implement this program, they would be working with VDOT and I'm sure get VDOT concurrence.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from King George County, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the gentlelady yield for another question?
Would the gentlelady yield?
I'm delighted to yield. I appreciate all this interest.
I'm confused about this. But, Mr. President, it's not often, it's not rare that I'm confused on this floor. But, in fact, if you had a sign that restricted turns on a particular road, couldn't you just say it's restricted except for residents?
Gentlelady from Arlington.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would expect you could, and you may not need this permit program, but I think they would like the option of having the permit program.
And so, Mr.
King George.
A follow-up, then, is this...
Would Senator yield to another question?
Of course.
Senator
yield. So then are they going to issue them a permit for a fee so that they can turn to go down the street that they live on?
Senator from Arlington.
I don't know how they would implement the program. So that's a detailed question I don't have the answer to.
Mr. President,
Senator from King James.
No disrespect intended, but I sure am glad I live in the Northern Neck.
The senator from James City County, Senator Normant.
Mr. President, I'm really enjoying this amusing colloquy, but I move the pending question.
Thank you.
The question is shall the pending question be ordered? All those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted?
I meant to switch mine. Oh.
Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 13.
Ayes 27, noes 13. The pending question is ordered. The question is shall the bill pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 20.
Ayes 20, noes 20. The bill fails.
Senate Bill 883, a bill relating to income tax modification for certain companies and individual income tax subtraction for their employees, local grants.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that Senate Bill 883 be agreed to. And speaking to that motion, sir.
The gentleman has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 883 is a simple bill. And it tries to deal with the economic conditions that we have in Southside and Southwest Virginia and other areas such as Petersburg, where economically we're different from the Golden Crescent. In fact, the differences between what we call Northern Virginia and Hampton Roads and the rest of Virginia are pretty stark. You see, the populations are shrinking in our areas where they're growing in yours. We're losing 3% population over 4 years where you're gaining 4%. In our areas, Southwest, Southside Virginia, the high school graduation rate is significantly lower. 77% graduate high school compared to 89%. The college graduation rate itself is less than half, 16% to 36%. Down here where we live, significantly more people lack any health insurance. Civilian labor participation is full 10% lower. Household income is 40% lower. Southside, Southwest Virginia, and the Petersburg areas. Poverty rate is 67% higher in these regions. Suicide rate is almost 20% higher in these regions. Opioid death rates are 56% higher than they are in the Golden Crescent. When it comes to education, just listen to what our chancellor from the Virginia Community Colleges said. He said if it were its own state in educational attainment, the rural areas would be dead last in the nation. And the rest, other parts of Virginia, the Golden Crescent, wouldn't be number 2 in the nation. Life expectancy in Wise County, just by way of example, in Southwest Virginia is much less than the rest of the state. Good news is that in Wise County, just by way of example, you may live longer than if you lived in Trinidad, but your life expectancy is less if you lived in Nicaragua or Uzbekistan, Latvia, Serbia, Algeria, and Colombia. They have longer expectancies of life than we do. But if you live in Fairfax, Virginia, your average life expectancy is 10.5 years more than in Wise. Think about it this way. When we're talking about school funding, total funding in Dickinson County is $10,933 combined funds between state money, local money, miscellaneous funding, where it's $19,000 in Arlington. When we think about state funding, it's $5,300 for that student in Dickinson County and only $1,500 in Arlington because it requires more, because the funding is less. Here's another reason to help to my friends in Northern Virginia and the Golden Crescent. It might make total sense to you when you think about it. So in the developed area in successful Northern Virginia, you are supporting the rural areas and the rest of Virginia with your state tax dollars. Every man, woman, and child is paying $1,300 each and every year more in taxes than you receive in state government services. Whereas it's just the difference, we're netting more than we pay in. For every dollar we pay in, we get more than $1 back. This bill is simple. In the designated areas which are found right in the bill, if a company sets up shop in one of the qualified localities and meets certain criteria, which is judged every year by the VEDP, $5 million in capital investment in the area creates at least 10 full-time jobs at double the minimum wage. Or if the company comes in and just simply creates 50 jobs at double the minimum wage, then the company will be exempt from the Virginia corporate income tax for 10 years and their employees from personal income tax for a period of 10 years. Existing Virginia businesses would not qualify, only new companies coming in. No relocation.
Senator Rice.
Would Senator Stanley yield for a question, Mr. President?
Does the senator yield?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I'll yield for my friend.
The senator yields.
Mr. President, I'd ask the senator, if I live in this distressed county and I'm working for a company and I'm making, let's say, $30,000 a year, and to that same county, which is a designated distressed area, comes another company, and they meet your criteria, and I go to work for that company. So I go to work, I'm paying taxes with company A, but if I go to work at company B, living in the same house in the same county, now I no longer pay taxes. Is that correct? Am I missing something?
Senator from Franklin.
Mr. President, I answer the gentleman by the purpose of that tax exemption for the employees to bring in a new workforce into that area, but technically as it's written, then this is only a 10-year thing. But yeah, that person that comes into a company and are qualifying under this bill would not pay income tax.
So
the senior senator
so
from Fairfax.
Overnight, living without leaving your house, you could go from paying income taxes, Mr. President, to from paying taxes to just changing jobs, and the company could be down the street. Now you don't pay any income tax.
Senator from Franklin, Senator Stanley.
Mr. President, I answer the gentleman by saying yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And I thank the gentleman.
Yes. Senator from Franklin, Senator Stanley, continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. What we're talking about here is making sure we're bringing in companies in these areas that are going to make $5 million investments for these 10 good-paying jobs or 50 jobs that's going to generate revenue and taxes at the local level. It's going to help our area when it comes to public safety, when it comes to education, when it comes to bringing in those jobs that ultimately, because they will stay there, are going to be taxes at the state and local level. We don't need a handout. We don't need more government assistance. We've got that. And again, you've heard 100 times I've told you that we were at the top of the economic food chain in Virginia. We built Virginia. And we're just asking for a hand and a chance. It's not permanent. But what it does is it gives opportunities, and it's a one-of-a-kind opportunity for companies that otherwise may locate in other areas where we wouldn't get any tax revenue, where we wouldn't hire Virginia workers, the opportunity to come into these counties in Southside, Southwest Virginia, and to locate there, employ our people, and to grow our economy. So in 10 years, we're talking about Southside and Southwest Virginia being equal players in Virginia's economy, in Virginia's future, as it used to be as the economic driver and leader that it once was in the Commonwealth of Virginia only 20 and 30 years ago. And for those reasons, Mr. President, I renew my motion that Senate Bill 883 pass.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson. Does the gentleman yield for a question? Senator from Franklin.
Yes, Mr. President.
The gentleman yields.
I'd ask the gentleman, is he familiar with the uniformity clause of the state constitution, which says that like classes of property have to be taxed equally?
Senator from Franklin, Senator Stanley.
Mr. President, I am, but not as familiar as I'm sure my friend Mr. Peterson is with his profession.
I'd further question for the gentleman.
Gentleman yield for an additional question.
Would
Yes.
he not?
The gentleman yields.
Would he not agree with me that taking people, particularly people in the same county, and exempting one person from income tax while allowing the other one to be taxed at the full measure would be a violation of the uniformity clause?
Senator from Franklin, Senator Stanley.
Well, Mr. President, I answered the gentleman by the investment of the $5 million in the area. Certainly, number one, makes it revenue neutral, but number two, I would disagree with the gentleman in saying that it violates any part of the Constitution.
Final question,
Does the gentleman yield for a final question?
I'll yield, Mr. President, but does he promise not to ask anybody else here in the Senate another question so we can get home tonight?
The gentleman yields.
I would ask the gentleman, would he not agree with the whole purpose of the uniformity clause is to not have legislation which basically exempts individuals from taxation when individuals in the exact same category of people, the exact same class of people, have to pay taxes?
Senator from Franklin, Senator Stanley.
Mr. President, I would not necessarily agree with his characterization of that, and certainly in this instance, I do not believe that this piece of legislation violates the clause that he speaks of.
Thank you, Senator. The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the gentleman from Franklin yield for a question?
Gentleman yield.
I yield.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask the gentleman for the employees who are eligible for this tax credit, do they have to live in one of the localities that are subject to the bill or just be employed for the company that's eligible for the tax credit?
Senator from Franklin, Senator Stanley.
Mr. President, I'd answer the gentlelady by saying, as usually occurs in our area, where we live in one county and travel to another county in order to be employed, no such restrictions exist.
Junior senator from Richmond City.
Speaking to the bill.
Gentlelady has the floor.
Mr. President, I understand the need for this to incentivize companies to come into distressed areas, and I actually support that concept. However, I am a little concerned, particularly, I agree that in certain parts of the state, you're more likely to still live in one of the distressed areas and qualify for this tax credit. But as written, this bill would allow someone who lives in Henrico County, Hanover County, or one of the more wealthier areas of the state that would not qualify for this tax credit, then to go and work in Petersburg. I think what we're trying to do is get at distressed localities and individuals that live in those localities. I think this goes a little bit too far, and I hope as this makes its way through the body, we might be able to tighten this up just a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. If no one else cares to speak, the question is shall the bill pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 14.
Ayes 25, noes 14. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 926, a bill relating to contingency fees for special counsel employed by a state agency.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass. And speaking of the bill,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, this bill deals with the money that is spent on outside counsel by the Office of the Attorney General. It, in its earlier stages, contained a lot of accountability and transparency language that actually generated a fiscal impact of gosh, I think it was like $190,000. I assume that the Attorney General's office prepared that fiscal impact saying that they're going to have to do all these things in order to implement it. Curiously, when the bill came to committee, and in discussions with the administration about the bill, they said, we already do these things, which begs the question about why there was a fiscal impact. But in any event, because the representations were made that we do these things, we stripped out all those extra requirements that would have required certifications and postings of information about contracts with outside counsel. So all this bill does is it sets a cap on the contingency fees that can be paid to outside counsel. And typically these are lawyers from Chicago or New Orleans or New York who have programs that they're marketing to states to sue over investments or sue a corporation, and they're money-making propositions. And the reason that the Commonwealth enters these contingency fee agreements with them is because they weren't planning on pursuing these claims themselves. Now, I recognize, and I'm a lawyer, I handle some cases on a contingency fee, and I recognize that there are appropriate cases for that. And this doesn't ban it, it doesn't prohibit it, doesn't place any limits on the ability of the Commonwealth to do this, other than it caps the amount of the contingency fees. You might say, what's reasonable? Well, $50 million, that's the cap it imposes. I think that there are lawyers in here who might be willing to handle some of these cases for $50 million. The reason for imposing a cap, well, I also would point out that the Attorney General's office came to committee and said, you know, the 25% cap that was in there, that's too little. 25% of a recovery is too small a cap. We ought to be able to pay these New York and Chicago and New Orleans lawyers more than 25%. And they were asked by members of the committee, what is the average contingency fee? And the representative from the Attorney General's office said somewhere around 27%. So I said, fine, let's cap it at 27%. And so as a consequence, the cap is at 27%, no more than $50 million. $50 million is the cap that's imposed by this bill. Now, the only fiscal impact that this is going to have is that if there is a recovery for the Commonwealth of Virginia, these caps are going to mean that there's more money to use to pay teachers, more money that is available to pave roads, more money that's available to pay sheriff's deputies and law enforcement personnel. Somebody heard $50 million and they want to sign up. This is New York calling. So, with that, Mr. President, I would move the passage of this bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 950, a bill relating to interstate natural gas pipelines, Department of Environmental Quality Review, upland construction.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass. I'd like to speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. The bill that you have in front of you dealing with interstate pipelines received quite a bit of attention, and as in many of the bills that we deal with when we get to this stage, if you look at the introduced bill and the substitute that's currently in front of you, there's a lot of difference. And I would say, Mr. President, that is a result of a stakeholder group working on it for several weeks to come up with the substitute that was adopted on second reading. Mr. President, the bill is designed to ensure that water quality is protected in local streams and downstream waters in connection with the construction of any future interstate natural gas pipelines greater than 3 feet in diameter that are regulated by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. And I would say, I would point out quickly, Mr. President, that the effective date of this legislation is July 1 of 2018. so it does not apply to the 2 pipelines that are currently proposed. I would say, however, had this statute been in place prior to the applications for those 2 pipelines, that a lot of problems, troubles, concerns would have been addressed. In that we have discovered that we've just been those that were proposing and those that were resisting the process have been in uncharted territory in terms of dealing appropriately with concerns about water quality. The bill builds on experience with the ongoing regulatory process for the Mountain Valley Pipeline and the Atlantic Coast Pipeline, but it would, as I indicated, would not apply to those pipelines because it would be only for those seeking approval after July 1, 2018. The bill clarifies the process by which DEQ and the State Water Control Board will determine whether Virginia will issue a certification required by the Section 401 of the Clean Water Act that a proposed pipeline will not harm water quality. For these pipelines, the bill specifies that the 401 certification process will have 2 parts. First, the bill requires a detailed individual Virginia water protection permit to protect each wetland and stream proposed to be crossed by the pipeline. Second, the bill requires an evaluation of pipeline activity in upland areas, not involving wetlands or stream crossings that may result in discharge to state waters. It also includes land disturbances, trench digging, and other related work. The bill also provides the Department's ability to recover direct costs for service rendered through an administrative charge to the applicant, public notice and comment, and an opportunity to request a public hearing, and clarification that the 401 certification decision could be made by either the board or DEQ. There was one issue that the stakeholders, including the industry, conservation groups, and other parties could not agree on, and the reason for the lack of agreement on that was because there's pending litigation related to stormwater on the current applicants, so we just didn't touch that area. Other than that, the industry representatives, those that are advocates for the pipelines and would be building the current pipelines and pipelines in the future, support this. DEQ supports it. The administration supports this. And most of the conservation community, with the exception of the caveat of the issue that is currently in litigation, support this. So, Mr. President, I would move for passage of the bill.
Thank you, Senator. The question is shall the bill pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 6.
Ayes 34, no 6. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 972, a bill relating to vested rights existing landscape cover materials.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenchain.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass. And speaking to that bill, existing landscape materials means mulch. What the bill does is it addresses an ordinance passed by one jurisdiction in Virginia, it happens to be mine, places me in the uncomfortable position of being at odds with the city of Harrisonburg. But let me tell you, this bill really relates back 2 years. And 2 years ago, General Assembly, both chambers, passed a bill signed by the governor that prohibited local governments from passing an ordinance banning the use of mulch as a land cover outside of commercial buildings. And we said I thought pretty clearly and unequivocally that this needs to go through proper channels, needs to be made part of the statewide building code if it's appropriate, but that we shouldn't have these ordinances passed piecemeal all over the Commonwealth of Virginia. The local government in Harrisonburg passed a new ordinance immediately after that, and clearly intended to circumvent and get around the ordinance or the bill that we'd passed. And I give them credit; they did a better job of drafting than maybe we did. And that bill, that local ordinance, survived. And so we're back in the same position we had 2 years ago when the General Assembly clearly expressed its legislative intent to say that we're not going to allow this kind of piecemeal legislation around the Commonwealth. And what this bill does is it says that for anybody who's been granted a building permit or a certificate of occupancy as of January 1 of this year, 2018, you can't go back and tell them that they can't use mulch. There's an argument that mulch is flammable, that local governments are passing this legislation as a fire safety measure. And I'm sure that that's their intention. It's well-intentioned, but there are building developers, commercial enterprises who in some instances have spent well over $100,000 landscaping their properties. And they are, under these ordinances, subject to a year in jail. I mean, it's a Class 1 misdemeanor, a $2,500 fine. And, Mr. President, I would suggest that simply saying that to the extent that you have an occupancy permit as of January 1 this year makes good sense. And that after that, for people who haven't built their property, who haven't submitted their site plans, if the local governments want to pass an ordinance, they can. But, Mr. President, this bill is supported by the Virginia Apartment Management Association, by the Home Builders Association, Virginia Agribusiness Council, Retail Merchants, Retail Federation, and apartment groups in the Commonwealth of Virginia. I would ask that the bill pass.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, will the senator from Rockingham County yield for a question?
Senator yield?
I yield.
Senator yields.
Mr. President, will my good friend agree that this bill is designed to overturn a single decision by the Circuit Court of Rockingham County in just last month, upholding the Harrisonburg City's ordinance passed in 2017 or 2016?
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I would not so agree. I would submit, Mr. President, that what this bill is intended to do is to restate the expressed intention of this body, the body down the hall, and the governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia that was expressed 2 years ago, and that it is a new law. It is not. It is intended to make clear what our intention was that we didn't make adequately clear 2 years ago.
Senator from Roanoke City.
Mr. President, speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I hope we would not pass this. This bill basically is written to the vested rights section of the code. It essentially makes mulch a vested right. Mulch, a vested right. The city of Harrisonburg, a year or two ago, passed an ordinance that said that for safety purposes, that mulch would be combustible landscape, and mulch certainly is combustible. And instead, the landscape 18-inch buffer outside of multi-family homes would have to be either dirt, or which wouldn't burn, or would be stone or something in the nature that is not combustible. Mulch is combustible. The city of Harrisonburg has also had like 287 calls for services for fires, and similar to that, to the tune of $1 million in damages. This is a safety factor. I would point out that the firefighters opposed this bill. The firefighters supported the Harrisonburg City's ordinance. It's a safety factor. And, Mr. President, I would hope that the body would recognize, first of all, that mulch is not a vested right, that the city of Harrisonburg, like other localities, have similar rights to protect their citizens, and they have every right to pass such an ordinance, which was, in fact, upheld by the Circuit Court of Rockingham County. So, Mr. President, I would hope the body it'd be the pleasure of the body to vote no on this bill.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Prince William, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak against the measure.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. A few things about this bill that we need to understand and rely on fire science and take sort of the theories of mulch bill versus not mulch beer. It's irregardless. Put that aside. If you actually look at industry things like grain silos, explosiveness, if you look at actually coal, if you've been down in a coal mine, you know they suppress it due to the explosive nature. When we deal with combustibles, it is the increased surface area of something that's decomposing and off-gassing. Actually, that it naturally occurs in circumstances all the time. The problem here is we have an interface of our built environment, and we've put and built vinyl siding right next to something that has a well-known documentation of self-ignition. Mulch does it all the time. In the right conditions of low humidity, it's called spontaneous combustion, and it happens. In a lot of the cases around Harrisonburg, they actually have college students and other folks and flick a cigarette, and guess what? That really accelerates the process. Something that the folks need to know, that what's different about this is this, in Harrisonburg, thread of the needle perfectly, is to say, fine, you know what? We're not going to require you to remove the mulch. You just can't put any back within 18 inches because it's that significant of an issue. No harm, no foul. Guess what? They've spent more money in legal fees to lose the case, and lobbyists run around to all your office telling you the sky is going to fall. Absolutely ridiculous. The bags of mulch would have lifted from here to the ceiling. Or, in the proper case, simply putting gravel down. They spent more money on this ridiculous issue. And it's ridiculous because this is actually a serious life safety issue that all the folks trundling around your office are making light of it. It's a serious issue because you know why? Fire runs the outside of a building in minutes. Minutes on a material that can spontaneously combust or be ignited very easily. And the worst cases that I've run in the fire service are exactly that. You know why? Because there's no fire detection on the outside of a building, no fire detection within the attic. So fire does one thing pretty consistently. It goes up. And once it does that, it goes across your attic and it drops in. And I've been in some serious fires that fire because the ceilings are collapsing on people because there's no fire detection in the attics. So it actually is a fairly significant issue. They've crafted the ordinance to thread the needle, say just don't put mulch down. You can leave it there and leave it alone, no harm, no foul. There's no additional expense required under this ordinance, and I think they've done a good job balancing out the issues that predated the law from previous years to this one. And I think this chamber needs to vote against the measure. And the patron and I have talked, and we appreciate sort of the property rights issue. But this is a serious public safety issue that needs to be dealt with. And two cases come to mind that are pretty serious. One, which is at a seniors living apartments home, which the fire ran the exterior at 4 o'clock in the morning, ran the entire attic, and started to drop in people's apartments with 0 fire alarms going off. Because that's how our code deals with this issue. It doesn't address the exterior to interior interface. It always assumes the fire starts in the kitchen or somewhere else that is going to set off the smoke alarms. In this case, it does not happen, folks. And the other was a lady who had was watching NASCAR, and the cars were roaring around the track, and she was all excited, and her favorite car was about to win the race until the cable went out. Well, she still heard the roaring of the engines, even though her cable just went out. And it was actually a fire running up the outside of her building. It wasn't the engines of the cars, it was actually the fire. So that NASCAR fan was quite disappointed that day. It's important that this bill be defeated. The local government has appropriate ordinances, dealt with this situation, and has not dealt a financial blow despite all of the hundreds of thousands of dollars that folks have put in place opposing this measure. And I appreciate the body voting no on this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. No one else cares to speak. The senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenchain.
Mr. President, just very briefly, I want to point out this is not just apartments. I mean, this is every commercial property in Harrisonburg. Now, there's a right way and a wrong way to do this, and I do appreciate the concern from the senator from Roanoke City and the senator from Prince William in commercial properties in Harrisonburg, but this is one jurisdiction. And what I haven't heard is a single member of this body saying that their jurisdiction has passed such an ordinance. And you know what the reason is? The reason is that there's a right way to do this and a wrong way to do this. So the right way to do this is to go through the statewide building code process and actually build it into the statewide building code and require a uniform requirement across the state rather than a patchwork of different requirements all over the Commonwealth of Virginia. So, Mr. President, I would respectfully submit that this is a nice, limited way of simply drawing a line and saying that those properties that are already built, already existing, already landscaped, they don't have to go back and retrofit. That if the city of Harrisonburg agrees with the senator from Prince William and thinks that future properties ought to be banned from using mulch, then knock yourself out. You can ban it in the future, but just don't look back. So, Mr. President, I would ask that this bill pass.
The question is shall the bill be agreed to? All those in favor will record your votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 26, nays 13.
Ayes 26, noes 13. The bill passes.
Mr. President.
The senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Mr. President, having voted on the prevailing side by which we approve Senate Bill 883, I'd like to move that bill to be reconsidered.
883.
Yes, sir. Page 19.
The question is shall the bill be reconsidered? All those in favor will record your votes aye. Those opposed, no. Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0, and the bill has been reconsidered. The senator from
Grayson.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Having previously been explained, I move that the bill pass.
The question is shall the bill pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 29, noes 11.
Ayes 29, noes 11. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 976, a bill relating to party to determine method of nominating its candidates for office, exceptions.
The junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeSteff.
Mr. President, may the bill pass.
The senator give us a quick explanation of the bill.
And speaking to that measure, Senate Bill 976 basically states that no political party, through its duly constituted authorities, shall determine that its candidates in a general election or for a general election for statewide or General Assembly district office, U.S. House of Representatives, U.S. Senate, shall be nominated by a method that will have the practical effect of excluding partisanship or participation in the nominating process by otherwise eligible active duty members, personnel, including military reservists and Virginia National Guard personnel, or by individuals unable to attend meetings because of injuries suffered in military services, regardless of the duty station or locations of such personnel or individuals. And Mr. President, currently we have 115,280 active duty military and reserve personnel that live in the state of Virginia that are eligible voters. We have 733,046 veterans. Senate Bill 976 would require that political parties to conduct nominating contests for statewide congressional or General Assembly offices without restricting their participation, either directly or effectively. Efforts to address this deficiency in the parties have been woefully inadequate. In 2013, the parties asked for a chance to allow military participation. In that 5 years, despite promises from all parties, no mechanism has been created that permits all members of the military, active duty, reserve, deployed, and veterans to participate. This bill is that vehicle to ensure our political parties use nomination methods that fully allow our military participation. And Mr. President, with that, I move Senate Bill 976 pass.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Would the senator from Virginia Beach yield for a question?
The senator yield?
Happy to, Mr. President.
Senator yields.
I would ask the senator, first off, if this requires that parties that have a caucus have a party-run electronic absentee system that is secure and available to the military run by the party?
Junior senator from Virginia Beach.
That would not be required, Mr. President.
Senator from Alexandria.
Would the senator yield for another question?
Senator yield for another question?
Absolutely, Mr. President.
Senator yields.
Could the senator explain when a party is nominating by caucus how they would how it would comply with the terms of this legislation?
Senator from Virginia Beach.
Mr. President, if I may, what would happen here is that the parties would have to choose a method of or a method that would allow military personnel, if they're not here, to vote via absentee ballot. Now, Mr. President, if I may explain even further, that absentee ballot would be, like for the example of a primary, would be administered by the State Board of Elections.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Evan, another question?
Speaking against the bill.
Senator has the floor.
The gentleman just said regarding his other bill that requires a pilot program for military personnel to vote via electronic means that the paper ballot alone is not enough for military personnel. So it's unclear to me if the paper ballot's not enough in the pilot program, why a paper ballot here would be adequate. I believe this would end party caucuses because the gentleman said that this would be administered by the State Board of Elections, and I don't know how the State Board of Elections would get in the business of overseeing balloting for a caucus. So the way I read the bill, first off, it ends caucuses. Further, if you believe a 45-day period is not an adequate period for military personnel as they have now, to return a paper absentee ballot, it's unclear because on lines 40 and 41, it says regardless of the duty station or location of such personnel or individuals. And the senator from Virginia Beach said in committee in relation to his other bill that if you're in a duty station that's sensitive, that you would need electronic voting. So I don't think this bill is, regardless of your viewpoint, whether or not you want military personnel to vote more easily, it would end caucuses for those that care about that. But further, it would state that we have to accomplish something that some believe is not accomplishable alone in a 45-day period to return an absentee paper ballot, because it does say on lines 40 and 41, regardless of duty station or location of such personnel or individuals. So a senator from Virginia Beach had mentioned, as I said, some who are on very sensitive missions who may not have access to a paper ballot. So I would just maintain this bill is confusing and unimplementable, if that's a word. So with that, I ask that people vote against the bill.
For what purpose does the senator rise?
Oh, Mr. President, to renew my motion for passage of this bill and clarify.
Just wait just a couple of minutes. We'll do that right at the end. So the
Thank you,
senator
Mr.
from
President.
Prince William, Senator McPike.
Will the senator yield for a brief question?
Will Senator yield?
Absolutely, Mr. President.
Senator yields.
I appreciate that. What happens under this provision of the bill? Both parties from time to time have candidates for office that have to drop out for medical reasons or other issues right before they print the ballots, and it becomes a need of the party to achieve getting on the ballot from either side, either aisle. What happens in that regards when you have these provisions in place?
The junior senator from Virginia Beach.
Mr. President, I would say that changes absolutely nothing.
Senator requests another question?
No, Mr. President.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, will the junior senator from Virginia Beach yield for a question?
Senator yield?
Absolutely, Mr. President.
Mr. President, this still only applies to the nominating process. Is that correct?
Senator from Virginia Beach.
Mr. President, that's correct.
Okay. Mr. President, will the senator yield for another question?
The gentleman yield for another question.
Happy to, Mr. President.
He yields.
Mr. President, can this be implemented in any way other than having a primary?
Junior senator from Virginia Beach.
Mr. President, yes, it can. And speaking to that, Mr. President, today there are various methods that not just when a candidate is up for the election can be done via primary, but you can do firehouse primary and make sure there's more than 45 days to put together an absentee ballot. But absentee ballots can work with multiple methods. It's just making sure there's time to implement that, Mr. President. And we are talking a general election.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, speaking to the bill,
Senator has the floor.
As a practical matter, I don't see how it can be the nominating process can be done without having a primary. As a practical matter, you certainly couldn't do a caucus, you could do a firehouse caucus, but you need so much time, leeway in advance to make sure the military personnel overseas were able to get the ballots and send them back. And as a practical matter, I don't see how this can be implemented. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Does anyone else care to speak on the bill? Seeing none, the question is shall the bill pass? All those in favor of the bill will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 22.
Ayes 18, noes 22. The bill fails.
Senate Bill 993.
Mr. President.
For what purpose does the senator rise?
Having voted on the prevailing side by which we passed Senate Bill 680 on page 16, I ask that that motion be reconsidered, please.
The question is shall the bill, Senate Bill 680 on page 16, be reconsidered? All those in favor will record your votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The bill is back before us. The senator from Bath County, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, having explained the bill previously, I move that it pass.
The question is shall the bill pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 29, noes 10.
Ayes 29, noes 10. The bill is agreed to. The senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, having voted on the prevailing side by which we passed Senate Bill 883, I ask unanimous consent that we reconsider the vote by which we passed that bill.
So the question is, this will be the second time recorded vote. And there will be a recorded vote. The senator from James City, Senator Norment.
Mr. President, just so I'm correct that bill has already been considered once.
It has. It will take a unanimous vote, sir.
Mr. President, I object.
Okay. We need to be a recorded vote. The question is, shall the Senate for the second time reconsider the vote by which Senate Bill 883 failed? All those in favor will record your votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change his vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 4.
Ayes 36, noes 4, and the Senate declines to reconsider the vote.
Senate Bill 993, a bill relating to local planning commission's proposed plans.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't mind batting cleanup today. Mr. President, we heard this. Mr. President, speaking of the bill, move the bill pass.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Started rolling up. Mr. President, we dealt with this issue a couple years ago with local governments kind of flexing their muscle on folks who are submitting plats to their local governments, dragging times out, all those sort of things. And we thought we had fixed that, Mr. President, but local governments got smart. They started to try to cheat the process by doing pre-submission requirements on plats. And what this does, Mr. President, is this closes that little loophole for them to allow them to do that. We had tightened the screws up on them a little bit too much, so Fairfax County and Loudoun County both objected to it. We got to the table, got white smoke, and then the amount of time, Mr. President, was worked back to the original agreement, and that's what the bill does, Mr. President. Ask the bill pass.
Thank you, Senator. Anyone else care to speak to the bill? If not, the question is shall the bill pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 4.
Ayes 36, noes 4, and the bill passes.
Mr. President.
For what purpose does the senator rise?
Having voted on prevailing side by which we passed Senate Bill 976, I ask that we reconsider that vote and pass it by for the day.
Did he vote the correct way? Okay. The question is shall the Senate reconsider the vote by which Senate Bill 976 did not pass? All those in favor will record your votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeSteff.
Mr. President, can I take Senate Bill 976 by for the day?
Without objection, the bill will go by for the day. If we could return now to page 10 to Senate Bill 625, the senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servale.
Mr. President, I'm trying to get some more answers for some people on this, and having spoken with the majority leader, I'd move that we take the bill by for the day.
Without objection, the Senate bill, that being 625, will go by for the day. Senator from James City County, Senator Normant.
Mr. President, are there any more bills that we need to reconsider?
I hope not, sir.
Mr. President, you did a peachy job today. Inquiry of the clerk. Does that complete today's calendar?
Thus endeth the reading of the calendar.
Is there any other business to come before the Senate?
Mr. President.
The senator from Franklin, Senator Stanley.
Mr. President, if we could return to the morning hour for just a moment.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. Mr. President, members of the Senate, in the gallery we have joining us late in the day and got to see some of our fun work that we just did is the Patrick County Leadership Group. Every year, members of our business community, young leaders in our area get together in a year-long endeavor where they learn as much as they can, not about just their county, but the economics and how to make it better. And we've had Patrick County being the subject matter of a lot of talk down here and a lot of good talk, and we've seen a lot of great members of the Patrick County community come here. So I want, Mr. President, us to recognize, if you wouldn't mind, Lisa Martin, who's the Senior Program Manager of the Reynolds Homestead Virginia Tech Commonwealth Campus, Julie Walters Steele, the Director of the Reynolds Homestead, Rebecca Adcock, the Executive Director of the Patrick County Chamber of Commerce, Bren Hankins, Outreach Provider Rep of the Mountain Valley Hospice, Dana Bobbitt, Patrick County Assistant Commonwealth's Attorney. I might be over there, need a deal, need a little plea bargain there in the future. And Chris Lester, who's a realtor right there in the area. Mr. President, if you'd extend to them the warm welcome of the Senate, I would most appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator. Would our friends from Patrick County please rise? We are grateful to have all of you here today. It was a long day on the Senate, and I apologize that you didn't get to see the real Lieutenant Governor. He's much better looking than I am, so we're sorry that you didn't get to see him. We're grateful that you came today. Would the Senate and all in attendance please help me to welcome our representatives from Patrick County. Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since we're in the morning hour, I'd like to continue that briefly.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, there's a gentleman in the gallery that needs no introduction, but I sure miss him in this chamber, Mr. President, as my seatmate. I love my seatmates I have now, but I know he's fighting a good fight. Mr. President, if you could welcome the distinguished gentleman from the 5th Congressional District, Congressman Garrett, to the gallery.
Senator Garrett, if you'd please rise. We are so grateful to have you back from this corner all the way to Washington. We're delighted to have you back before us today. Look forward to meeting with you a little later on. Would the Senate and all in attendance please join me in welcoming back Senator Garrett, Congressman Garrett. Are there any other items for the morning hour? Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Seeing our good congressman up in the gallery reminds me of the time that he played in the House Senate basketball game wearing a white T-shirt. But seriously, our basketball game is 2 weeks from today, February 26th. So if you've not brought your shoes down, please go ahead and do that. I know I have a lot of people out there going to be helping me either on and off the court. 2 weeks from today at the Massey Cancer Center. Also, one other announcement. UVA is number 1 in the country today on AP basketball poll. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servale.
Mr. President, I have an announcement.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know if anybody's been looking at the news while we've been in here today, but apparently the Trump administration has decided to sell off National Airport, Dulles Airport, the Jetterview Parkway, which runs by my house, and also the Washington Aqueduct. So I'm going to be starting an investor group to buy control of Senator Favola's water, which is served by the Washington Aqueduct. If anybody's interested in joining me, we might be able to even put a bid in on Metro while we're at it. So if anybody's interested, give me a call.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenchain.
Mr. President, I wasn't going to say anything until the senator from Fairfax City made his announcement. But in light of the festivities in Charlottesville at John Paul Jones Arena on Saturday evening, all I have to say is, go Hokies.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for a point of personal privilege.
The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, on Saturday, February 10th, I was blessed to celebrate the 31st anniversary of my 39th birthday. And what stands out for me most, and there were so many nice things done for me, but the thing that really I appreciated so dearly was the pre-anniversary gift that I received from the Pages. In particularly, Master Quentin Hoagland, who created an awesome anniversary card for me, you know, the celebration of that birthday, that celebration. And the other Pages that went along and signed with him, I didn't want to share tears in the chamber, so I waited till I got home. But that is something special that I wanted to recognize them. And any of the rest of y'all that celebrate your 39th anniversary, you would want to have him create a card for you too. Thank you.
Right. Well, Senator, thank you. I don't know if Quentin is in the room today. Well, thank you, Quentin, wherever you are. Up next is Senator from James City County, Senator Normand.
Mr. President, I rise for purposes of an announcement, sir.
Senator has the floor.
I believe immediately upon adjournment that the Senate of Commerce and Labor is going to have a meeting at the Senator Wagner's desk, but immediately upon the conclusion of that Commerce and Labor Committee, the Senate Finance Committee, the entire Senate Finance Committee will convene in Senate Room 3.
Thank you, Senator. Is there the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner?
Inquiry of the clerk. How many shopping days are left?
2.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there any other business to come before the Senate? The clerk will report any announcements on her desk.
Today, Monday, February 12th, the Committee on Commerce and Labor will meet immediately upon adjournment at the chair's desk. The Committee on Education and Health will meet immediately upon adjournment of the Commerce and Labor Committee at the chair's desk. Then the Committee on Finance will meet upon adjournment of Education and Health in the Capitol Senate Room 3. The Committee on General Laws and Technology will meet upon adjournment of Finance in Capitol Senate Room 3. The Finance Subcommittee on Health and Human Resources will meet at 4 p.m. in Pocahontas 5th Floor Subcommittee Room Number 1. Senators Hanger, Howe, Norman, Newman, Barker, Donovan, Stewart, and Dance. Tomorrow, Tuesday, February 13th, the Finance Subcommittee on Economic Development and Natural Resources will meet at 7:30 a.m. in the Pocahontas 5th Floor Subcommittee Room Number 1. Senators Ruff, Saslaw, Hanger, Wagner, Obenchain, Stewart, and Dance. The Education and Health Subcommittee on Health Professions will meet at 8:30 a.m. in Pocahontas 5th Floor Subcommittee Room Number 2. Senators Donovan, Suderline, Carrico, Barker, Lucas, and Peake. The Committee on Finance will meet at 9 a.m. in Committee Room B. The Republican Caucus will meet at 11:30 a.m. in Senate Room 2. The Democratic Caucus will meet at 11:30 a.m. in Senate Room 1. And, Mr. President, you did an amazing job.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you. Senator from James City, Senator Normant.
Thank you, Mr. President. One modest correction. The Senate Republican caucus will meet in the prayer room at 10 a.m. because, Mr. President, I now move that the Senate adjourn until 10:30 a.m. tomorrow.
The question is, shall the Senate now adjourn until 10:30 a.m. tomorrow? All in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. The Senate stands adjourned until 10:30 tomorrow.